In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to Sewing Street. It's great to have your company. Tonight, it's Sewing Bee tonight. I can't wait. I'm so giddy and excited. But before all of that, we've got the most amazing morning with the most amazing guests too. Two early birds. Let's get straight in. Let me hear those birds. Okay, I love a bit of Sashiko, and we have got two different Sashiko coaster packs for you. Now then, this is fab, because what you've got right here are a set of 4 coasters, all done in Sashiko, different designs. In fact, I'm saying 4, you've actually got 6 there. 6 different coasters, they're rectangular. Everything's printed on the fabric. Literally, thread up your needle with some Sashiko thread, and just enjoy some slow, mindful, relaxing stitching. Nothing to mark, nothing to think about really, apart from just repeating. Don't even need a hoop for that. Now, should be $19.99, but it's our early bird. It's a big old drop. Let's drop the price. How low can you go? There you go, $11.99. You get 6 of those different designs, all pre-printed on a panel. That's in the red. Fantastic value. Now, it's only ever been on air once before. So why are we dropping the price? Well, just because we're all lovely and cuddly and full of summer. Now, if red isn't your colour, well, what about silver grey? Very, very on trend. This is slate, really beautiful. Now, you've got 6 different designs here, 6 different coaster designs. So, if you wanted to get both and mix and match them, you could add a little bit of piecing. Be beautiful. That price is crashing again, $11.99. They've both only ever been on air once before, so you're really getting a cracking bargain with this. Really getting a cracking bargain. Now, you don't get any thread, no, you just need to add some Sashiko thread. Now, Sashiko thread we do have on the website. You can get solids, you can get variegated, and a chenille needle, or you just want something sharp that's got a large eye for actually sewing. We'll talk more Sashiko in the 10 o'clock hour. These are great for beginners, absolutely great. If you want to just dive straight in and do a bit of stitching without having to mark anything, maybe you're going on holiday, lucky you, and you want something to take with you that doesn't really require any equipment or prep, absolutely ideal. $11.99, you just need to choose the red or the grey. Or both, of course, or both. That's our early bird today. Let's look at the menu. We're going really quickly because Yvonne's got a lot to show us and I want to give her as much time as possible. Now, our day today is really, really full. So maybe make yourself a flask now so you don't have to move off the sofa. 8 a.m. It's Village Fabrics, block of the month, month 3 with Yvonne You told me this, we practiced. McAtamney, thank you, good. We practiced, it didn't look the same. At 9 a.m, we've got Cara Ackerman with the Henry Glass Lavender Garden Quilt, supplemented with gorgeous, gorgeous samples from the Deputy Joan herself. At 10 a.m, it's Village Fabrics, oh, lovely. Village Fabrics are back with the William Morris Hour with Yvonne McAtamney. Get in there.
Yeah, practice.
Yes. He shoots, he scores. 11 o'clock. Now then, I've got it. I know I shouldn't have favourites, but Yvonne, honestly.
Yeah, Linda has done a really good job with this. Linda's works with me at Village Fabrics. And
absolutely gorgeous. Wonderful. Now, at 11 o'clock, we've got Debbie Shaw's reversible bag. Cara Ackerman's doing a full demo, so stick around for that. Loads of new colours, loads of new combos. Look at that. PU and fabric together. Looks beautiful. Totally reversible. And then finally at 12 o'clock, hurrah! Mark Smith is here at long last. 2 previous shows have had to be cancelled. This is the one. This is it. It's the Jubilee cross-stitch kit with Mark Smith. It is super beautiful. Mark's a really well-loved guest over on Jewellery Maker. We are thrilled to have him here for an hour today. So that's how our morning's looking. Can't wait, can't wait. Let's get started. Yvonne McAtamney.
Just stick with Yvonne.
Shall I just say Yvonne?
I think it might be easier.
Sorry, love. Wonderful to have you here.
Thank you.
Yvonne, that quilt behind you is absolutely stunning. Tell me about it.
Well, we have put together, it runs for 7 months, and each month everyone has quite a lot of different activities to create the blocks for that 1 month's worth. We supply you with a light fabric, a medium fabric and a dark fabric each month, and you combine those to make either a star block or an applique block or a puss in the corner block. And you make multiples of these apart from the stars, which are 2 unique ones each month.
So we're learning new skills, we're trying something different.
They're getting a little bit more difficult each month.
Love it.
Next month is going to be this star, so
That's
this
cute.
one's just a little bit more difficult than we've done. And I'm not terribly keen on demoing this one, but we will get there. It's really quite small.
I love a double star. The beautiful, beautiful blocks. Now then, we're into month 3 and we're launching month 3 today. We're going to start with the blue colourway. Now the whole quilt is called Blueberries and Cream. This version, Blueberries and Cream. It is an absolutely beautiful colour combo. This is the quilt that's hanging behind Yvonne, of course, in those gorgeous, restful, calm, pretty blues. Now, month 3, you're getting these 2 star blocks. You're also getting a gorgeous applique block. That is really pretty. Love that. And then you're also getting the puss in the corner blocks, which you're going to make multiples of. Now in that pack, you're getting all of your patterns, all of your full instructions. You're also getting all of your fabrics. They're beautiful. All packaged by Village Fabrics for us, which is wonderful, but also comes with a slight sting in the tail. And that is that once they're done, they're done. They're very difficult, if not impossible, to restock. Am I right?
Well, the only option we would have would be to substitute some fabrics, which we could do because we have so many different blues in here.
Sure.
That
it's the world's favourite colour.
Absolutely, and why not? Anything that we would substitute would, of course, still work in the quilt. Because as designers, we just couldn't tolerate to do anything else.
In fairness, we're not expecting to do that. We're launching the month, and that will be that. We also, at the end of the 7-month period, the quilt runs over 7 months, as Yvonne said. At the end of that, we're not expecting to have, and here's the entire quilt that you can just buy in one go. Already we've had blocks. Block 1 now is completely sold out. Month 1 rather is already completely sold out. So much, much better to get it today. We do still have month 2 available. We have a few of those in both the blue and in the raspberry, gorgeous, the blackberries and cream. Have a look on the website for that. But today we are launching month 3, which are these gorgeous 3 blocks. You've got an applique, 2 star blocks, and your puss in the corner, which form the alternate blocks. Now, almost half of the stock of this blueberries and cream version has already checked out. We know you've been waiting for it. We know you've been ready, chomping away. That's the idea of Block of the Month, of course. Something for you to work on each month, a new challenge, a new skill to learn, but then we want you to be ready. We want you to be ready. Don't wait and watch the demo and then check out. We could have sold out by the time we get to that stage. Get your block, check out, and then sit back and relax. Now, blackberries and cream, well, I love that anyway, just in a bowl, thank you.
Yes, lots of cream.
Lots of cream. Yeah, lots of sugar in the blackberries. Yummy. This is a delicious combination, isn't it? I love the floral that's been added in. Now, let me just turn the package around so you can see that floral. That is really pretty. Gorgeous, and I love this. Not a solid either. Gorgeous little. I've not seen that fabric before, Yvonne. That's lovely.
That's Brighton. They're little seed head, little really tiny little seeds in there, and
really
that you're quite right. That floral fabric has a wonderful handle to it. It's beautiful fabric. It's in the beginning fabrics.
What do you mean?
In the beginnings, fabric.
Excellent, yeah.
Quality.
Really good quality.
Yeah.
That's what you want. This is an heirloom, isn't it?
Exactly.
You're working on it over a period of months. You're going to keep it for years and years. A lot of love for your waistcoat, by the way, Yvonne.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you.
Give us a proper look now.
Oh, do I have to do it?
Work it.
Do I do the twirl?
Could you?
Do the twirl?
Yeah,
there we
go on.
go. Yes, I never remember what I've got in the back. Oh, this has got
It's a little bit of sashiko, isn't it, on the back?
Yeah, and actually a piece of Japanese silk down the centre of the back.
Oh, that's lovely. Really nice. That's authentic.
Oh, well, as I say, I like to, it keeps me out of mischief.
It's like there was a memo, but there wasn't a memo.
There wasn't,
There wasn't a memo, but I must have known. Wonderful. Right, so those are our options. Have a look on the website for block 2. I'm going to hand over now to Yvonne, because Yvonne, I know you've got a lot to show. Let's get straight to it.
Welcome. You very much.
I can't believe this is the first time we've worked together.
Well, I know.
But I'm loving it already.
Well, let's just get stuck in there.
Let's get stuck in.
So month three. Now, as always, my first words always are read all the instructions all the way through. Unlike me, who I just write them and then forget about them, which is sometimes a good thing, sometimes not. But if you read through, and I would suggest that when you cut the pieces that you possibly set aside all those that are for puss in the corner, all those that are for the Aunt Addie's block, and those that are for the 8-pointed stars. So cut everything, but put them in the little baggies so that they are separated. There's a full-size diagram for the applique, and we also have diagrams for the blocks. Each block is made in 3 different sections. In this particular month, they are rows 1, 2, and 3 for both of the designs. We're going to do them in the order that they appear in the instructions. So the first one is Aunt Addie's star block. So we are making, if I just move this across a little bit, this is the wonderful applique.
That is beautiful. And I love the scale of these blocks as well, because often with a sampler, they're quite big blocks. These are smaller, aren't they?
Yeah, we don't do big
8-inch?
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful.
8-inch finish. We don't do big 18-inch things.
No, it's lovely.
We like the precision and just the delicacy that we can get with the smaller blocks.
Yeah, I like that.
So you can see I've got row 1, row 2, and then this is the central row. So I think I probably need to say, make sure that you are cutting that square. That's what your ruler is for. It has to measure, 4.5 inches on all sides, but equally it needs to be
someone
square.
Dropped a clanger.
And it wasn't us.
It wasn't us.
No,
not this time, Yvonne. Not this time.
Well, no, we've got to take the wins, don't we?
Definitely. Yvonne, can I just ask? I mean, I'm totally with you on that. Precision's everything in patchwork, and it just makes the whole job much easier. What are your top tips when it comes to cutting fabric? What are your top tips?
Well, for these blocks, if you have some best press or some spray starch, press it. If you're going to wash it, wash it. I don't wash my fabrics before I start. I like that little crispness. But if you have any kind of skin allergies, anything like that, then do wash. Or if you're going to gift it to a little person, perhaps you would want to do an extra wash. Then a bit of best press, put some of the starch that you've taken out back in, get yourself nice and flat and cut on a flat surface. Do not cut through more than 2 layers at once. Make sure you have the fold towards you so that you are cutting away, because the selvage edges, of course, are tighter.
Love that, love that. Expert advice. That's why we get the experts here on Sewing Street.
I've done this for a few years now.
And that's preparation gets you a better result, doesn't it?
Yeah, you know, accuracy with the cutting. You've just got to be accurate with your cutting, because with your 1/4 inch seam allowance, 7 mil if you're the modern sewist.
Oh.
I know it's second language. You've got to make sure that you have no room to put it right in the seam allowance. You've got to have cut it correctly to start with. Yeah. And if you can, on your ruler, you've got to make sure that you are square across, you know, side and across. Because you can have a square that you can have a shape that has 4 sides the same length, but it's not a square.
Right, absolutely, yeah. So I always point this out. Yeah, don't just line up the edge you're cutting. No. If you've other straight edges, get them lined up on the ruler as well.
That's what the squares are there for on the ruler, and you really do need to use them.
Cool.
Whenever you are going to be cutting half square triangles as small as you will be moving on to in the coming months. So good habits. So to demo this particular one, I'm going to do the one thing that is a little bit more difficult on this block, and that is making this pieced flying goose block. Yeah. So we are sewing a medium small triangle to a dark triangle. Start at the squared edge. So you've lined that up, and you're going to start and sew from there along. And you're putting these together to make a larger triangle. 2 small triangles make a large triangle, yeah? We probably don't need a new needle this month, but do remember to change your needle on a regular basis. And
yeah, it's not a lifetime purchase, is it, a machine needle?
No. And you probably also need to think about making sure you have cleaned your machine. Get the fluff out with the fact that you have been doing some applique each month. And I tend to use Bondi web, which is one of the lighter fusible webs. But still, you're getting a bit of gunk in there.
You get a bit of fluff, don't you, every time you sew?
Now, this is what this is where I actually made a mistake at home. So this is where I think I should probably just make sure that I am saying these words to you, because I think I've sewn the wrong 2 pieces together. I've sewn the 2 pieces together, but possibly in the wrong order.
Right.
Yeah, I have, haven't I? Because that does not go there. It needs to go there. I should have sewn that together.
Oh, do you want me to do the unpicking for you?
I told you were going to have a roll here
I can
today.
do that. Have you got the unpicker? Oh no, just give me a normal quick unpick.
I've gotten one here.
Have you?
Yeah, I've gotten one here. Right.
Don't motorise anything for me, thank you.
Right, so this is why really important to lay these out in the right way, as I had done. But I then picked them up and sewed the wrong 2 pieces together. So we're going to do that to that.
You know what they say, Yvonne, the person who's never made a mistake never made anything.
Oh, absolutely. But this is the benefit of you check, and
it's the benefit of having me.
Wow. Look, you had to be well, that's what my children always used to do for me when they were at home.
Oh. Well, I feel like I'm carrying on a great tradition then.
You are. So I have now sewn the correct pieces together, and that is going to sit there, yeah? And I am going to...
Nearly there, Yvonne.
No, not to worry, because I would like to just turn this over, because I want to press. And of course your pressing is really, really important as well, that you are making sure you are not stretching any of your bias edges, yeah.
It's true, isn't it? You've got to take your time and be precise over every step. You're cutting precise, you're pressing precise, and then you get gorgeous results, and the whole thing goes together.
And it goes together easily.
Yeah, that's right.
You're not fighting.
Well, especially when you're going to add, those are done now. And
that's very kind of you.
You want your borders to just fit.
Yes.
Without a headache, without, perspiring or saying any naughty words.
Oh, well, sometimes things are a bit more colourful than they might otherwise be.
Nicely put, I love it.
So again, we've transferred that back on there, so we know we're the right way round, and we are going to stitch that down there, and then we are opening that up to there, and that is then the same shape as
awesome.
that. Yeah.
I love that blackberries and cream colourway. Now, if you want the blackberries and cream colourway, I would urge you, check out your basket, because these are flying. It's that combination, isn't it, of beautiful tiny dark print, the little deep raspberry, and then that gorgeous floral that's just singy and fresh. Now, the blueberries and cream and the blackberries and cream are currently neck and neck. They are both completely beautiful, aren't they? And if you wanted a matching, non-matching pair of quilts, I think you could quite easily do both, couldn't you? How are you getting on, Yvonne?
I am, well, I was just
my
about...
unpicking okay?
It was absolutely first class.
Am I one of the family now?
Anytime, anytime.
Ace.
So we now have our piece triangles that we are now going to attach onto our sides of our large or cream triangles to form the flying geese. I have pressed my seam allowances to the darker side, and
Yvonne, am I right? This triangle should now fit exactly onto that side. The tips, there's no overhang or anything like that to worry about.
They're not floating. They should fit, but
they should fit.
Cross everything.
On a good day.
On a good day, because the trouble that I experience every month is that I sew some of this on my sewing machine at home.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I sew some of it here.
That's right.
And, the 1/4 of an inch varies. Just a smidgen.
Yeah.
Just a smidgen, but it's still...
But that's a good thing to point out. I mean, you always have to test your 1/4 inch seam, and it's not a beginner thing. It's everyone has to do it. Advanced sewers, really experienced quilters, we have to because it's different on different machines.
It is, and it might only be, as I say, a hair's breadth, but whenever you end up with so many seams, that can become quite a substantial amount,
Yeah.
So I'm just going to, and of course, if you think things are going to not fit particularly well, or you have a lot of seams on one side of your of the seam you're about to sew, put that side down to the feed dogs.
Okay.
Because that takes it through in a really even manner.
Great, good tip.
Yeah.
So have the sort of the non-pieced patch on top and the pieced bits underneath.
Yeah.
Gives you a
especially if you're doing a border. Whenever you have that really
have
long...
the border on top?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Sarah says, morning Stuart and Yvonne and the team. We're a team. Good morning, Stuart and Yvonne from Sue. Bit early in the morning for sewing, Yvonne. So you have an excuse. Thank you.
You're absolutely right. This is much too early at my
Easily
age.
done, equally easy to rectify. Oh, Pam, I can't watch, it's buffering. What freebie channel are we on? We're on Freeview. We're on Freeview 73, Yvonne, if you're still struggling. Fiona says, morning, hey, is it waistcoat day? Both looking good. I think every day is waistcoat day,
I don't
Yvonne.
see why not. I think it should be.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Just cutting the ears off.
Oh, Maureen says, did you see Elwyn Hughes, 95-year-old tailor who's still making waistcoats from his care home bedroom? Amazing makes. That's so cute.
That sounds wonderful.
I love it.
And, you know, it just reflects that mindfulness and keeping the whole of your brain active, you know,
Absolutely.
both sides. So, right, just taking all the little ears off.
You snip those off.
Yeah, and now that is going to attach on there.
And again, this is where we want, if everything's sewn as we should, then those edges just line up. There's no overhang, there's no rippling.
There might be a little bit, but yes.
Yvonne.
But there won't be on this side.
No.
See, not on that side.
Yeah.
So
you get used to your own machine, don't you?
This is it. And I think I would rather take the seam a little bit smaller than bigger. And that's probably the what I have done on the machine here.
A message. Good morning, Stuart and Yvonne. Love the quilt. Love you both, from Julie in Northumberland. Oh, Julie, I'm going to send you a big kiss. Mwah. One from Sue to, hi Stuart and Yvonne, I'm loving this sew along. I'm really especially loving the applique. I found the applique pins very good.
Oh, they are absolutely essential.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
they're really good, aren't they? I wonder how many people are keeping up. How are you getting on with your block of the month from Village Fabrics? Are you ready for month 3?
Yeah,
Send us pics.
We think that in our block of the months, we probably give people about 3 days' work.
In total over the month?
In total.
That's doable.
Well, exactly. It's enough, and there is enough variety in what is going on that you can do your cutting out, then do 1-star block. You probably, when it comes to doing the push in the corner blocks, you're probably going to do all of them in the one go. And then the applique, of course, different skills. We think that we have stuck and machined ours, but some people will want to blanket stitch around by hand.
Yeah, I was going to say you could do machine, you could do hand. Could we also, if we wanted,
Needle
slightly
turn.
trembling, needle turn. If you really wanted.
Well, if you wanted to, yes, I think you could. What I would suggest you'd want to do might be to mix what you are doing with needle turn and machine in the one block, especially whenever it comes to those that have some bias strips. Now, I think we have hand stitched those bias strips on. You do get the opportunity to do a little bit of embroidery.
Oh yeah, I noticed that. This is so sweet. I don't know if we can pick up this block here. This is absolutely adorable. I mean, all of the appliques are gorgeous, but this one really caught my eye. It's 2 swallows, I think, isn't it? With the little pointed tails. 2 swallows having a kiss, I think, saying hello. Little cheeky kiss. And on the wing, and then these beautiful little ears, and a little bit of embroidery, a little bit of detailing in the eyes as well. I just think that's a gorgeous combo. That's in month 4, isn't it? My producer says.
Oh, well, your producer.
According to the
Month
pictures
4.
we've got. It's like having a big family, isn't it? You lose track.
Oh, you do, don't you? And all I was going to say is I don't remember, because of course I was prepping this block, finishing off last month's block, and
while we were all celebrating Christmas.
And of course checking the instructions for month 6.
I know.
So.
I know. Lovely message from Michelle. Hi Stuart and Yvonne, loving the demos and all the little tips from a newbie sewer. They are very helpful. I'm looking forward to the sewing bee tonight. Yeah, are you looking forward to sewing bee? Looking forward to meeting that cast of characters. They look like a very interesting and eclectic bunch, don't they? A message from Wynne, who's in County Durham. Hello, Yvonne and Stuart. Looking forward to starting this quilt. The delay is because of a new puppy. Say no more.
We understand.
Who is making it very difficult to concentrate. My friend Lucy has a new puppy who is completely distracting her 24 hours a day. So,
it's like a baby, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I wouldn't know, but I'm sure. So when you're, I've got lambs and goat kids. They're pretty distracting. So when you sew the rows together, Yvonne, any pinning or?
Yes, I was doing one, and then I was going to, because you were doing something.
Yeah.
So this is how we are going to be joining these together. Because we have pressed our seams in reverse from row to row, So we have pressed these in towards the central square. We have pressed these seams to the smaller squares on the outside. So that, of course, means that we can nest these seams together. And I have then, if you just put a pin through either side parallel with the stitches in your seams, you've nested them together, you've locked them in place, and you have made sure that your seam allowances are going to lie flat.
So you pin either side of that match point. Don't try and push a pin through the match point itself.
Well, if you do, you're actually separating the threads.
You are.
So if we're going to lock them together, we're going to run that along there. Make sure that we're flat, and pop a pin on either side. I think I might get away with just putting one there because that will lock it in place. And I'm also going to put one just in the center of that, just in the center of the block. These seams are not that long.
No.
Long enough,
but I think it's really good for us all to see that it's an 8.5 inch seam, but you've still put 4 pins in.
Yeah.
And you've still made sure everything's lined up. And I think often it's tempting to think, oh, it's a short seam, I'll hold it and wing it.
Oh, no.
But if you want precision,
if you want your points to match, and you want everything to, as you were saying earlier, to get everything to fit together without huge amount of pressure and tugging and introduction of various
colourful words.
Yes.
And
I've known with beginners that we've had to add frames around the blocks because the blocks have suddenly gotten a little bit smaller than they should do. So, with a bit of luck,
and a good wind,
following wind always, we need to just give this a press, and we should have our Aunt Addie star block done.
Gorgeous. I mean, that's the lovely thing I think about making a sampler quilt, where you've got one block to make. You can really sort of lose yourself in that one block, getting it just right, getting it absolutely perfect. You haven't got to make 49 more.
I can't do repetition like that.
No, that's not your thing at all.
Not at all. I find that extremely difficult. So there we have one star block.
Look at that.
And then so that is relatively straightforward.
Oh, may I have a look?
Yep.
That is such a beautiful block. Really gorgeous.
Going to just take a breath a minute and show you something that's a little bit easier, but it's something that is different for this month, in that the Puss in the Corners this month are going to have a 4 patch in their middle.
Okay.
Look. So we're going to have ones that look like that. Up until now, you've just had a big square in the middle, but now we have this 4 patch. Again, those are going to nest in the middle.
Are those cut out from individual squares? So you didn't strip piece those?
I did not strip piece them. This is more accurate and square each. because yes, if you're doing a lot, but you're making what, 4 of these.
Yeah.
So again, it's about making sure that you are level and square each time. So
I make half square triangles by sewing 2 triangles together. I mean, I love.
So do we.
Yeah, I love. Yeah. No, but I mean, normally people draw a line through the middle, sew either side. But I mean, for the most accurate, it is individual patches. And also, I love scrappy, so.
Yeah, I do. I would say that you know, if you're a beginner or if you're not confident with biased edges, then yes, sewing marking a line and stitching either side of that line to produce 2 half square triangles is a safe way of doing it. And I would quite often do it that way. But when it comes to smaller half square triangles, then the smaller they are, you really do have to just make sure that you are being accurate. And the best way of doing that is by you know, whenever it comes to this, there's no way. Well, they're little flying geese, and those are going to be little tiny pieces sewn onto the bigger triangles. That is what your puss in the corner is going to look like for this block. So you're simply sewing those on there and joining your 3 rows together as before. That is all I'm going to say about that, because that is
nice, easy block.
Nice and easy, and
Fantastic.
You've done a lot of these, so that's going over there. And what I need to do now is find my little bag where I have all my pieces for.
No problem. Now, we're getting lots and lots of questions about month 1. We don't have any more stock of month 1 at all in either the blueberries and cream or the blackberries and cream. We will look into it. We'll have a chat with Yvonne afterwards. But the only other place, I know that Yvonne does have a few, and I mean a few, available direct from Village Fabrics. So if you have a look on your website, you're going to have lots of phone calls, lots of emails now, sorry.
No, well, that's okay. I have people in the shop today, and they know that the telephone lines get a little bit busier today.
Yes. We do have block 2 available. Let me just show you block 2. If you haven't already started, or you know, you have got block 1 but you didn't get month 2, here is month 2. Now, if I just show you first of all the blueberries and cream. Gorgeous. So again, you've got your puss in the corner block, but with a solid centre. Remember, month 3 we introduced the 4 patch. Then we've also got, is that Clay's Choice? Yvonne, Clay's Choice?
I think so. Yes.
Yeah. Clay's Choice.
Variable
and then
star.
A variable star, or Ohio star, and then a gorgeous, well, I would call that a Rose of Sharon wreath, but beautiful applique there, applique. Beautiful, stunning, made in the blue fabrics. There are your blues. You've got a light, medium, dark. Beautiful. So that's the blueberries and cream month 2. We've also got that in the blackberries and cream. Oh, look at that. I love that polka dot. Isn't that stunning? And this really is the colour of blackberry jam, without doubt. And there are the blocks. Really gorgeous. Same blocks, different colourways, absolutely stunning. Look, and there are the 2 quilts. What a stunning heirloom, really. This is an heirloom, isn't it? This is something to savour over 7 months, enjoy every month, adding to your collection of blocks. And then at the end of it all, creating that beautiful pieced border, putting the whole thing together. What size is the whole quilt, Yvonne?
65 inches square.
65 square, gorgeous, gorgeous. So beautiful, large wall hanging size, double bed topper.
Yeah, double bed topper.
Yeah,
right.
Stunning, stunning. Thank you. Now, where are you at?
Well, let me just get to the end of this seam, and I will. This is an 8-pointed star, but this is an easy way of making an 8-pointed star. Again, as we did earlier, we have a row that is a flying goose with squares on the end. That's row 1, and it's the same for row 3. This time there is just one piece of fabric on the sides here, and of course you're alternating your colours as you go round. So that is the piece for the centre of row 1 and row 3. You are then going to finish the you're making 4 of these, so I was just finishing off.
And this is a really good example, I think, of why cutting individual triangles and sewing them together sometimes is a lot easier. Because I know a lot of us, when we're making flying geese, do the big square and the 2 smaller squares and sewing through the middle. But if you're trying to mix your colours like you are, and you want that floral on one side, and it this is an easier way of doing it.
This gives you options.
Yeah.
And it allows you to be so much more accurate.
You've got more control, haven't you, about what's
That's
going
the
where.
word. So again, just as I've done before, that's one side on. I'm now going to do the second side. This will end up looking like that. And these are identical units, so you can make all 4 of them at the one hit. The previous block, you did have to be careful as to which triangle you were sewing to which triangle, because they did alternate a little bit as they went round.
Now, just need to let you know at home, if you've got either blueberries and cream or blackberries and cream in your basket, you need to check out. We have got literally 20 left. Okay, so you do need to be really, really careful. Remember, block 1, or month 1 rather, has completely sold out. This is the way it's going every month, I'm afraid. So really important that you check out that basket. There will only be a certain number that Yvonne has committed to, and when they're gone, they really are gone. We've said it so many, we see it all the time. Favourite fabrics, you know, when they sell out, that's it. They don't get reprinted. It's almost impossible to restock. We're ordering fabrics months in advance, aren't we? By the time you get
9 months
them,
in advance.
Wow.
At the moment.
Wow. So there's no chance 9 months later to say, any chance I can get some more of that, because it's gone.
It's completely gone. I've been buying, you know, like 3 and 4 bolts of the one fabric just to be able to ensure supply for this. I'm sewing half square triangles together, as the 2 that I'm going to be.
And again, your chosen method is cut the square, cut it in half, arrange your triangles, and then sew them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So put triangles back into being squares, and so the 2 squares to make a rectangle. And that's just wobbled a little bit. I'm going to re-sew that seam because I just wobbled a little bit, but fortunately
for me... Do you need me with the...
No,
I'm ready, Yvonne.
Fortunately for me, I sewed it too narrow.
Ah, gotcha.
Otherwise you would have been very necessary there, Stuart. Right, there we go.
Nearly. I nearly had my moment.
So again, where possible, press to the darker side, and if you consistently do that, then you will automatically have your seams nesting.
And am I right, in month 3 we're going to be sewing a total of 7 blocks?
8.
8.
8.
So we've got 2, of course, because we're doing 2 of the applique, 2 of the applique, 1 each of the star, and 4 of the puss in the corner.
Yeah.
Perfect,
Yeah.
got it.
And that's how it runs until month 6.
And then what happens month 6?
You have to do an extra puss in the corner.
Oh, right, okay.
Because it's a 7 by 7 grid, so you
Gotcha.
have 49 blocks, and that doesn't divide evenly into by 6.
No worries, but by then, I mean, puss in the corner will be like your best friend.
I would say that with this lovely floral fabric, do put a little bit of spray starch on it. It's a high thread count, but it is very soft.
Very soft.
And I'm finding that this is just a little bit finer than the other fabric in this, so a little bit of spray starch, give it a little bit of body, and there will not be an issue.
Sometimes I give fabrics a double spray. I'll spray lightly, iron it and dry it, and then give it a second little spray if I need to add extra.
That isn't, you know, that's a judgment call.
Rather
whenever
than
you're
one
working.
really heavy spray, you
yes,
know?
yes, agree entirely. But some fabrics need a little bit,
Yeah.
and some are fine.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
they're just there's enough body.
You've got to show the
in.
fabric who's boss, Yvonne.
Oh, sometimes, yes, yes, and
Everybody.
sometimes, yeah, you think, why did I think this was a good idea? Right, so we now
About
have
15 minutes left on demo. Is that okay for you, Yvonne?
I'm going to have to go quick. Maybe
Okay.
what I would do is, it's quite clear what you're going to do now, isn't it? You're going to sew that to that and that to that. And you see we're getting our lovely points coming through. If I just set that down on there.
So an easy Lemoyne star.
It is.
It's not yours, it's mine.
Mine. Oh. And for your next one, yeah.
I know.
So that is how you will make that. There are different ways of making 8-pointed stars, but this
Perfect.
is the easy way.
Yeah. A question from Jan for you. Good morning, Stuart and Yvonne. Team 2. What's Puss in the Corner, please?
It's that square block.
Yeah.
It's the name of the block.
It's actually the graphic that's on screen, that block there, that's called Puss in the Corner. It's those little squares in the corner, and then the bigger square in the centre, isn't it?
Yeah. So you have, it's also a great way of using up little bits of fabric, I've got to say, and a very effective block if you're putting them beside each other. Now, with the Puss in the Corner in each of our monthly packs, you will make a block that colorway, and you will make one that colorway. So you have your dark squares in the corner, and you also have two that have the light, the medium in the corner. So whenever you start putting that beside that, you start to get a secondary pattern going on, which is really quite interesting. So Puss in the Corner block.
It's a classic block, isn't it? I wonder where the names come from sometimes.
Oh, I haven't had time to have a look-see, but yeah, you know.
Gorgeous, thank you. Right, applique.
Applique.
I say applique or applique.
I say applique.
Applique.
But does it really matter as long as you enjoy doing it?
Yeah, as long as you enjoy it. Who cares about labels?
Well, if you're comfortable in your own skin, it does not matter.
Exactly. Although anyone who wants to label me slim or fit, thank you very much, by the way, read the comments, is more than welcome to do so.
Yep. Okay, so this is the applique block for this month. Okay.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
And I think it's really sweet this month with that nice plummy kind of middle to it.
Oh, it's lush.
And the little hints of colour around the outside. You have a full-sized diagram, and all of the templates are also full-size. Okay, I've done something very useful. Yeah, there we go.
There it is.
I have everything. It's just there are so many places I can have put them. So you have a full-size template layout, and you have full-size templates on this sheet. You don't have to fiddle around with anything. If you have a light box, then this is where it comes into its own.
Now we do have a light box actually on the show. We'll just flash up the graphics for you. They are useful, aren't they, light boxes?
Very.
I've spent many an hour with things pressed
Up against the window. Me too.
Disturbing the neighbours. But if you want to, you can go with the Pure Light. Stop it. You can go with the Pure Light LED light box, which gives a super bright light and enables you then to quickly and easily trace onto fabrics, or trace from maybe like a paper pattern onto freezer paper or something like that. They're really useful. $32.99 for that.
I would thoroughly recommend that. I also have used a fine Frixian pen. I think they're the bee's knees for doing things like this. So I've simply transferred the central part onto the fabric. I have quartered my fabric before I started. We always get you to cut this particular square a ½ inch bigger, so that when you have finished doing your applique, which can sometimes draw the background in a little bit, you can again square yourself up.
Square yourself up, mate.
Yes, absolutely. So I bond a web on the back, then onto the reverse of your fabric, cut it out accurately, and then start positioning your petals. I always start from the inside of if the paper is not coming off easily, then I always score in the middle and peel from the middle out. That way I'm preserving my edges. Equally, I tend to leave the bonder web in place for 20 minutes, half an hour before I try to peel it.
Let it cool right down.
Yeah, and then it comes off very easily.
It does, it does.
The idea, the best way to do this is to do the center, stitch it in place, then stitch by hand these stems, and of course I've just realised, you spotted the deliberate mistake. There's going to be any minute now.
Yes, it's like a magic trick. Watch those lines disappear.
Okay, so it's going to give you confidence that the lines do disappear.
That's right.
Okay.
I think that was an important demo to show actually those lines disappearing. Some people are nervous of using Frixian pens, aren't they?
Yes, and I do totally agree. I didn't believe it until I did it myself. And
nicely saved, Yvonne.
No, truly,
no, but truly,
it
is
right, something that you just, having spent a lot of time working on something, you do not want to suddenly ruin what you've done.
Right.
So don't bother putting those lines in. It was useful for me so that I could show you how you are going to do it. This bonder web is coming off like a dream. So
fab. And those placement lines really help, don't they, to get a good sort of precise finish?
Yeah. And we always find that, yes, you could cut this out as one big chunk of fabric, but you do not get the subtleties of the leaves sitting in a nice position. And so
it's a really pretty block. And it also, you know, that way it matches up with everything else. You've got the stitching lines into the centre. It does add dimension because, you know, fused applique can be very flat.
Yes.
Can't it? About 5 minutes left, Yvonne.
Okay.
Looking good, looking really good.
All I'm going to do,
you know, with the stems, can I just ask while you're pressing, what do you recommend for stitching the stems?
That would be the next bit of the demo. Because what we include embroidery thread.
Oh, is that included?
In month one.
In month one, you get embroidery thread.
You have embroidery thread. And what I thought I would do, just to make it a little bit bigger and perhaps a little bit clearer, was just some pink on some cream here. And you're going to use a stem stitch or a back stitch. And all you're going to do, I have just about managed to save one stem's worth here, but once you have secured the center in place, blanket stitch I would suggest, either by hand or machine, pop it back on here with your light box and just put that line in place. Then you will have a line to follow, which I haven't on here. But what you're going to do is just take a stitch, come back up halfway up where your previous stitch to just give it a little bit of definition. Makes the stem stitch, makes the stem a little thicker. Yeah, so this is what it's going to look like. I think probably you only want to use one strand of embroidery thread.
Keep it delicate.
Yeah, I'm using 2 here to just give you a better. So it's going to look like this. Now, if you're not particularly confident with that, you could just do a back stitch. So just a little running stitch, but going back over yourself each time to form that stem. Once you have your stems in place, then you get to choose where you want to put the little petals. And they don't all have to be the same. They don't have to be in exactly the same position as we have put ours. You know, you could, and if you have a little bit left over, you can throw in a couple of extras.
Ones. Yeah,
because it's so delicate, this block.
It's like cherry blossom, isn't it?
Gorgeous?
Oh, it's so pretty.
Gorgeous.
So pretty.
Yeah.
I really, really wouldn't fancy needle turning all of those.
Some people just find it their thing.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
And I would suggest that these are possibly a little bit small for that. But if you're in no hurry and you enjoy doing it, then why not? If it's your
and hand blanket stitching around those would be great fun, wouldn't it? Sit and relax.
You are making 2 of these blocks each month, so that would be quite a few bits of needle turning to be done.
Some nice relaxing evenings. Gorgeous. Yvonne, thank you so much for showing us all the skills for month 3.
As I say,
absolutely
there's
brilliant.
3 days work in there.
Yeah, more from your point of view, I'm sure. More like 3 months. Keep checking out your baskets, won't you? We have a few left of both the blackberries and cream and the blueberries and cream. Here they both are. I can't decide. I think they're both completely stunning. I love the chain effect of the puss in the corner that links the whole quilt together. I love those beautiful appliques around the outside and the pieced border. All of this very achievable, whatever your level of quilter actually, because you're going to learn new skills each month. You're going to build those skills up. And, you know, it's spread out over 7 months. But if you want to take the next 14 months over making the blocks, take your time. There's no rush. Yvonne's going to be back at 10 o'clock with the most gorgeous William Morris hour. Not just the Strawberry Thief wall hanging, but her beautiful spar set. But the William Morris Strawberry Thief. Can we just have another look at the picture? It is so beautiful. I covet that, Yvonne.
Well,
check your pockets when you leave.
On the way out.
I covet that.
I don't think you want to needle turn this one.
Fair enough. That's going to be at 10 o'clock. Thank you so much, Yvonne.
My pleasure.
Absolute superstar. Now, after the break, Cara is going to be here, Cara Ackerman, with a plethora of gorgeous makes using a brand new Henry Glass collection, the gorgeous Lavender. See you after the break.
Hi everyone, I'm Yvonne McAtamney. I'm a patchwork and quilter, and what do I do the rest of the time? The rest of the time I actually own and try and manage Village Fabrics in the town of Wallingford. How did I start my sewing and journey? Well, I've been sewing since as long as I can remember. I started out dressmaking with my mum and my big sisters. And since then, I've tried my hand at most things and have finally ended up with patchwork and quilting. And I think that's probably due to one of Eleanor Burns' Quilt in a Day books. Let me assure you, you don't make a quilt in a day. But it's been a passion of mine for the last 25 years, and I'm still at it, so there's hope for us all. So what do I enjoy sewing? Well, I like to do a bit of most things, to be honest, but
My favourite thing is anything to do with my Japanese fabrics. So as you can see, we've moved to a different part of the shop, and here we are in another of my favourite corners. And I really enjoy combining the lovely Japanese fabrics with some hand stitching and hand quilting. So I've moved to the permanent Christmas room at my shop here, and as you hopefully can tell, this is quite a large shop here, so most of my time is involved in keeping this running successfully. So I don't really have a lot of time for claims to fame. So what I suppose I could say is that my claim to fame is actually managing to manage John Scott. I'm sure he'll take that the way it's meant, so love you lots, John. My top tip is that children's colouring in books are a really valuable resource whenever you're crafting. You've got nice, clear outlines that can become templates for your applique work, or you can transfer them and use them as quilting patterns. I can't draw, but I can create lots of things using bits and pieces from things like children's colouring in books. Give it a try.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Oh, I'm so thrilled about this hour. I've been looking forward to this for ages. Let me just step back and show you some of these beautiful projects. Now, I got to play with this range. The Deputy got to play with this range. These are all the Deputy Jones things. Gorgeous storage cubes, different book covers, lavender bags. I've got some gorgeous placemats here that the Deputy also made. Stunning. Look at these with a little pocket for a napkin. These are using a combination of a panel and also some coordinates. We've got all of these fabrics in the show today. We've also got gorgeous quilts and wall hangings too that you can see. They're all from a brand new range called Lavender Garden. Just a stunning, stunning range. Lavender is one of my favourite plants in the garden. I love the fact that it attracts the bees. The bees love lavender, don't they? And I love English lavender and French lavender and all the different shades. Just gorgeous. And then, of course, there's that wonderful fragrance. You know, Deputy Joan even went online and bought lavender to go into a beautiful little lavender bags. And we were talking about it, and I said to her, you know, a lavender bag is something which is beautifully old-fashioned. You know what I mean? Some things are old-fashioned and a bit, you know, and then there are some things which are like, oh, I'm glad they still exist. They're so charming, practical, pop them in a drawer to kind of keep things scented and fresh, hang them in the wardrobe too. Just lovely. Now, we've done something a little bit different with this collection. Let me talk you through what we've got. These fabrics come from Henry Glass, and they come with a beautiful pattern for a quilt. Okay, it's a free pattern. You can go to the Henry Glass, beg your pardon. You can go to the Henry Glass website and you can download the pattern. If you buy the bundle, you'll actually get that downloaded by us, printed in colour, all ready for you, and it's free. It's added in. Okay. Then what you get in this bundle is you get kind of everything. So you're getting both of the panels. Now I need to show you the panels. Is that all right now? Or go through the whole? I'm kind of torn. Yeah. Well, let's go back to the panels in a sec. There are two gorgeous panels and they're really beautiful. I'm so torn because this range is so lovely. I just want to show you everything. And then you get all the different coordinates. So this is what Cara got to play with. This is what Joan and I got to play with. You're getting 1 metre of this beautiful green. Cara and I have both used that for the binding on our quilts. Really gorgeous. You're getting 1/2 metre of this beautiful all over lavender print. That is so pretty. You get 1/2 metre of this, which is like the lavender flowers. Absolutely delicious. You might have seen some of these popping up in the boxes that Joan made. You get 1 metre of this basket weave fabric. Now I could have had a whole bolt of this, and I would like a whole bolt of this. So many ways you could use this. Sashings, borders, bindings, baskets for blocks. Just lovely. Butterflies, you get 1 metre of that butterfly fabric. You get 1 metre of white solid. That's included in the kit, in the large quilt you see, so, but 1 metre of white always useful. You get another metre, 1.5 metres in fact, sorry, 1.5 metres of this lavender coordinate, which is just beautiful. Then you get 1 metre and 1.5 metres? Yeah, 1.5 metres of this one. Let me just, oh, hang on, hold it up the right way. That is gorgeous, isn't it? With clover and borage and lavender. We looked up the flowers. And then this one, which is an all over borage print. And I'll just show you that actually, because you get 1.5 metres of that, because I actually used that on the backing of this. So this is all reversible. Isn't that lovely? Now, because you're getting more than 1/2 metre, you get 1 metre, 1.5 metres of some of the fabrics. We're very, very limited on this bundle. We've got 22 available. Lots have already been checked out, but it's just wonderful. And there are so many beautiful projects that you can make using this range of fabrics that you've got, this bundle of fabrics. So you can make the wall hanging, the boxes, the book. Have you seen the book covers? Let me just grab these down for a second that Joan did. So this is using some elements from the panel, one of the panels, to create a file cover. This one's for recipes. How cool is that? A little bit of free motion on the label. And then a mid-sized, this is an address book that Joan made. And then a little notebook with Joan's trademark little beaded tassel. We'll have to get the deputy on sometime.
Definitely.
I feel we need the presence of the deputy here. And then let me just show you the 2 panels that you get with that bundle. So this first one I'm going to show you is the panel that we've used, both of us have used actually, Cara, for the wall hanging. So on this panel, now these panels are available on their own too. you get these 3 little elements at the top, these square elements. Now, Joan used those to create some boxes, storage boxes. Then you get the big central image of the teacups and the lavender plant, okay, which we've used for the wall hanging. And then at the bottom, you get these 3 made by labels, which again, you could use in your piecing, but you can also add to the back of your quilt. So for example, I must just show you, because it's not often I label a quilt, but I did actually make the effort with this. Made with love for, and can we just acknowledge here, head stitcher Stuart Hillard, thank you, thank you, by Deputy Joan Drake on Sewing Street, 9th of the 4th, 22. That was when Joan made it. Gorgeous. So, that's one of the panels, and then the other panel that you're getting, this was the one that we used for the placemats. So these, you get more images, but smaller. How gorgeous are they? So you get the 6 really large images. We use those for the recipe file and also for the placemats. But then you also get 8 of the smaller images at the end. So you get 4 down one end, and then you get another 4 at the other end. So I mean, really just loads and loads of beautiful value in this whole bundle. You're getting all that yardage of fabric, you're getting both panels, fantastic price, £139.99, but very, very limited. You're saving £14, by the way, by buying that combination. It's on split pay too. We do not have the fabrics by the half metre. So this is really the way to get it. We have the panels on their own. They've been very, very popular though. So right for spring. So right for spring and for summer. Let's just start with the panels as well. I'll quickly go through the panels. I don't know how these are only £9.99.
It's crazy.
Amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing value. So you're getting those 6 large images. And then you're also getting, I mean, quite useful background fabric as well, of course, that you can, you know, cut around and make an extra border. And then you're getting those 8 smaller images as well down the sides. Now, just to give you an idea of some of the things that we've made. So all of these placemats were made using large image and then a small image for the pocket. And then some coordinates. So Joan's used the basket weave for the background and then that gorgeous lilac. Remember, in your bundle, you're getting 1 metre or 1.5 metres of the basket weave. 1.5 metres of the basket weave. You're also getting 1.5 metres of the lilac, aren't you? Sorry, 1.5 metres of the lilac, metre of the basket. So plenty of that. Look, Joan's even used gorgeous butterflies on the back. So you get all these fabrics. So, for example, if you want to make the large quilt, and we'll show you that in a second, you can make the large quilt, and it is a really lovely big bed quilt using the whole bundle. But if you want to make lots of different projects instead, you can do that too. So that's our one panel, amazing value at £9.99. The second panel, it's right here. So this one features that large image that we've used for the wall hanging. And then also, you've got those 3 images at the top. We use them for boxes in our form inside. And then you also get those lovely made with love labels on the bottom. Can we just have a quick look, please, at the big quilts that you can make using the bundle? Is that okay? Because this is the big quilt. The other one, not that one. The big quilt. There's the big quilt, gorgeous. So Cara's going to be demonstrating this today. So you've got that centre image, you've got that bit of piecing around the outside using the smaller blocks from the panel, but then you've got those beautiful star blocks also going out and around and borders. Now you can make that from the really big bundle, £139.99, or you can make wall hanging smaller projects. Just gorgeous. Cara,
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are
Great
you?
to see you. Really well, thank you. Really well.
Good,
This was a
good,
fun
good.
range to work
Oh
with.
my gosh. I spotted on your Instagram that you've got Deputy Jones sort of
Yeah.
working on one. And I thought, oh gosh, you know, so...
Yours is beautiful.
well, I'm getting there to, you know, with a quilt. And, you know, this is the centre part.
Yeah.
So this isn't the full part. So that particular area, so you're going to the edge and everything, is approximately 40 inches by 45. And then you have these panels.
Oh, these are stunning, aren't they?
So those would go either
Want me
side.
to hold that up?
Yes, please. You're a bit taller than
so
me.
that oh, thank you. That's made me feel fabulous. Those are gorgeous. Really lovely. I think it's really difficult to get a sense of the colour. You know, our studio lighting is a bit
I
harsh,
know.
but the colours are gorgeous. They're sort of rich and saturated, but soft and gentle.
Yeah, and then this.
And then that goes across the bottom.
Yeah, so you've got that one going there and across there. So that shows you, so the actual size of the full quilt is 78 by 84 inches.
Oh, really good.
It's
So
a
a double
lovely
bed.
big,
Yeah,
lovely
double
big
bed.
size.
Absolutely gorgeous. And I love the combination of piecing, the panel that's been used with a frame,
Yeah.
using the actual all over prints as well. It's really effective.
But spot the deliberate mistake. This is directional.
Yeah.
And I've used it going that way instead of that
I think
way.
that's beautiful.
But it's fine.
I think it's beautiful.
Fine.
Flowers look good from every angle.
They do, and obviously if it is going to be on a bed or anything like that, it's going to be moved around anyway.
It
So
certainly would be on my bed. Now then, what sort of level are we talking here?
well, you know, I'm not an expert quilter,
Stop
so I'm getting there. Well, not an expert, but I'm getting there to doing
You
quilts.
certainly are.
And I thought, right, I'll spend, you know, a few hours sort of cutting everything out, and it didn't take as long as I thought, cutting all the pieces out. And what I did was actually put everything in bags. So once I'd cut the fabrics out, popped them all in bags and then labelled them so that they referred to the actual pattern.
Yeah.
And I found that much easier. So a long answer is that it is suitable for beginners.
Great.
Definitely.
Great.
There are some little elements, you know, but if you're a confident sewer, I think that you could attempt something like this.
Take your time, enjoy the process.
Definitely. So cutting it out, you know, took a few hours, and then actually assembling it didn't take a massive amount of time. And in fact, I was very tempted to do the whole quilt, but I thought no, nothing else will get done. No cleaning, no cooking, no washing. So you know
what they say, Cara? Patchwork forever, housework whenever.
So you can see, you know, I did these just as samples, and then I've got everything else cut, ready to actually, you know, finish the quilt.
But if you didn't want to make the big quilt, you could do the wall hanging. That you could add borders around.
Definitely.
And then you could have that as a runner across the bottom of the bed, the wall hanging behind, a few pillows on the bed.
Oh gosh.
Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, you could make cushions, especially from some of these panels. Would
Absolutely.
Make gorgeous cushions.
Some lavender bags.
Oh, definitely.
Absolutely beautiful.
Definitely.
So now the panel that comes through has now sold out. So that's the one that has the large images that you've used there, Joan used for these placemats. Those have now sold out. The other panel that we've got, of course, still available. That's got the one we've used on the wall hanging. Now you do get both panels and all those gorgeous coordinates in our bundle. It's $139.99. You can have it on 2 split pays of $69.99 each. It comes to you straight away. Remember, as soon as you make the first payment, you get both panels. You also get all of that gorgeous fabric that we've used for making all these projects. Now, where do we start, Cara?
So, on the actual borders that go down the side of the quilt, or that you maybe want to make into cushions or things like that, they've got these gorgeous, a star, what's the official name for?
That is a sawtooth star.
A sawtooth star,
Sawtooth.
there you go, a sawtooth star. So I thought we'll start with that, because the other items on the panels are really just putting fabric top and bottom. So, you know, there's not a huge amount that you would struggle with. So this is lovely to do and very, very straightforward. So as I say, once you've cut out all your pieces, you'll then get all your individual elements.
Okay.
And there's another, is it snowballing?
Okay, yep.
Is that right?
It's one name for doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, flippy corners, stitch and
Yeah.
flip.
Yeah.
So this is how we're going to make the flying geese unit.
Yes.
Squares and rectangles.
Technical
I know. It's all
stuff.
jargon, isn't it?
Oh gosh. So you have your white pieces of fabric cut out, then you have your squares, and your squares you will pin just to the corner, and then you will sew those in position.
Okay. When you say sew them in position, where are we going to sew? What are we going to do?
So what you'll do is you'll actually, I can do it on here. Right. So you'll take a ruler, you've pinned that in position, you just want to make sure that your raw edges match, and you'll take a ruler and you'll draw a line with a friction pen from corner to corner.
Okay.
And you've got all the elements of the fabric, you've got 2 layers of fabric there, and you're going to sew along that line.
So you recommend layering it first and then marking the diagonal,
Yes.
get really precise finish that way?
Yes. Yeah.
Cool. So once
Okay.
you've marked that, are you going to sew that for us now?
Yes,
Fabulous.
I'm going to sew for it, and I'm using your lovely helpful tip to actually go to a 1.8 on the machine.
So a little bit shorter stitch length.
Yeah.
And are you sewing to the side of the line, on the line?
On the line.
On the line
on
itself,
the line.
cool.
And what you can do is then piece them. So, you know, if you've got a few that you've prepared, you can then pop those and piece them. I've actually put a walking foot on here. You don't have to have a walking foot, but I found when you've got lots of layers, when you start sort of getting lots of layers, it does help, but it's not essential. So once you've done that, you've then sewn along that line. Just get some scissors.
May I show one quick tip before you cut the corner
Yes.
off? Am I right to come over?
Yes,
Can we get
absolutely.
close?
I was going to
Oh, go on.
I'll show you what I was going to do first.
No, I'm going to walk away. I thought you were going to cut the corner off.
No,
Sorry.
not yet. No, not yet.
Back in your corner, Stuart. Back in your corner.
I would love to know if you have something different. So sorry about the board. Really is not.
Don't apologise. We made you work with it, not the other way around.
I'm hoping the iron's not. Okay, I'll leave that. So a lot of people will just cut and use 1/4 inch. So they'll just cut across there. But Bexreed advised that you're better to actually press and then flip, and you flip that over and try and match the edges. Okay, so what was your hint?
That's exactly it.
Oh, there you go.
I like to think that Bexreed got that tip from me.
She might well have done, but it's lovely because
Yeah.
it just means that you are actually making sure that everything's going to be square.
Yeah.
And you can
Yeah, because
press
if you've
that.
trimmed the corner off,
Yes,
you've
got
nothing
nothing
to line it up with.
No, that's right.
You're just guessing whether it's square.
So once you've done that, you'll then take your scissors and you'll, just by eye, just do about 1/4 inch.
Okay.
And this is lovely for making flying geese, but also for making this lovely star.
Now, of course, don't throw those triangles away
No,
that you're cutting off. Sew the bias 1/4 inch and then square them up and then use them to make things like little lavender bags or matching cushions, or you could even add them into some placemats, something like that, with some of your coordinates and create extra projects.
definitely. You don't want to throw any of your scraps away.
You really don't.
Definitely not. So once you've got that, I'll move the iron. You're going to do the other side of the triangle. And you will take your fabric. This particular fabric is a little bit directional, but don't worry too much about it. It's
Sure.
not absolutely essential. And you'll then place that onto your white fabric and you can see it overlaps.
Okay.
And so we'll take
That's a good thing.
pin. Yes, you need to have that overlapping to get the points.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll then pop that like that. Then you'll take your friction pen, make sure that the raw edges match again,
Mm-hmm.
and then you'll do a diagonal.
So this one's going in the opposite direction.
It's going in the
now.
opposite direction. And if you're a little bit unsure, just flip that back and you can see then that you've got this lovely large triangle with the 2 triangles either side.
Perfect.
So then you'll machine down there. So I've got a few. I'm going to do a bit of chain piecing.
And for me, you know, Cara, this method for making flying geese is the most beginner friendly.
Yes.
It's the most accurate with kind of the least skill or effort, if you know what I mean.
Yes, it's very, it gives you confidence.
It's user friendly.
Yes, definitely. I mean, there are other methods of doing it, I know, but really, for me, as a beginner, it just gives you confidence to know that you're actually, because I think with any quilting and patchwork, you're a bit apprehensive, a bit scared.
When you're a beginner, you absolutely are. It's all a bit intimidating,
yes,
or can be.
You want to sort of get it as close to perfect as possible, but that's to aspire to. And when you've been, how many years have you been patchworking and quilting?
Oh, I'd have to reveal my age, Cara. I couldn't possibly say, but enough.
So as a beginner, I think, you know, to have these little hints and tips, it really does sort of help.
Well, what's good is having different tools in your toolbox. So this sort of flip corner or snowball corner method in your toolbox is useful. I use that method all the time. Well, not all the time, but I use it a lot. But then sometimes I'll do what's known as the no waste flying geese method. You could substitute that in this quilt. You wouldn't have the leftover half square triangles then, so that might be a method if that one works for you. Sometimes I foundation paper piece flying geese. In fact, coming up in the next hour, we've got a little needle book from Village Fabrics that uses foundation paper piecing to create a little row of flying geese. And sometimes, you know, it's good to have all those methods under your belt.
Definitely, and I think the only thing that I would say, again, when I was doing this, is accuracy of cutting. You know, you can't really sort of take any shortcuts or things like that. You really do need to be as accurate as possible. But don't worry, you know, when I was making this, you know, I thought, oh gosh, I could have been a bit sharper on the measurements and things like that. But as I say, you know, when you complete it, nobody's going to come along with a tape measure, are they?
I better not. Unless you enter it in Festival of Quilts, and then they might.
Yes. Well, I'm not going there yet.
Fair enough. Are you going to be visiting Festival of Quilts?
I don't know. When is it?
It is August, middle of August.
I think I did
the
look.
The 18th to the 22nd.
I'm not sure if we're away.
Oh, Cara, don't say that. Where are you going to go?
I have an awful feeling that we might be away.
Don't say that to your family.
I have, oh no, definitely not.
I've got an awful feeling I'm going to go on holiday with you.
We're going on holiday. So I'm not sure, but you'll be there?
I'll be there every day. I've got a stand there.
You have. I was going to say, have you got a stand there?
Yeah. And I'm presenting the awards ceremony, which is always great fun.
Oh, excellent. Yes.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I get to see quilts that absolutely blow my mind.
Oh, honestly.
And then meet makers as well, of course.
Yes. I have been a few times, and I'm just in awe of the ability of some people.
It's really something to aspire to, isn't it?
It's incredible, and I love the fact, and I hope that it will be as international as it has been in the past.
I'm sure it will this year.
I hope so. Yeah. I really hope so.
I mean, it was great just to get back to it last year, of course. We didn't have as many visitors. We didn't really have our overseas visitors. So there was something missing, but there was something gained because the people that did come, we had so much fun and we had so much sort of opportunity to talk. It was just nice to get back together again.
I bet, yes.
I felt like, you know, when your phone is on empty and then you plug it in and you start to see the battery fill up again. Yeah. I felt like that when I was there. Every day, every hour that went by, I felt my battery filling back up.
Yes,
it was just great.
I think, you know, sharing things, because, you know, we've all been isolated to
Yeah.
a certain extent for the last couple of years. It's just
Yeah.
sharing things with other people, because
wonderful.
you gain so much, you know,
do,
from
we
having
do.
a chat with everybody. So I've chain pieced some of these, so that just saves time as well.
Does.
And then, so you'll press again and cut.
Do you want me to
Oh,
Snip
you
apart?
can do.
Yeah.
You can do.
do that for you?
Right. Another pair, I think. Just get another pair. Do you want an ironing board?
Oh no, I've got hot fingernails.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, this is such a precise method for making flying geese. It's a brilliant technique.
Certainly is. And what is
Yeah.
lovely, you may look at it and you may think, oh, hold on a minute, why is it like that? But this is your 1/4 of an inch. So this is where your seam's going to go. And if you manage to do, I'll show you how I do it. I put a line with a friction pen, and I know that then I'm going to be actually sewing over the right point.
Such a great tip.
I just find it easier, and then you know, some people put pins in, which is fine.
Yeah.
But for me personally, I just found it a lot easier to do it that way.
Sure.
So, once you've done that, you'll get a
Okay.
few of these.
Yep.
Which
Have you
is
got
brilliant.
an iron there? I
Yes,
might just
have.
very, very quickly. Do you need any more of these or not?
I'm not
Not
sure. It depends
really.
how far I'm going to go.
Okay. Well, I'm going to make you go very far. There we go. Those are all done. Thank you.
Well, the other blocks actually in the quilt are very, very simple. So this is the one that I thought I'd spend a bit
But I'm
of time
just
on.
thinking, if you wanted to do like wall hanging rather than making the full big quilt, but you could add, I'm just thinking a flying geese border
Oh gosh, yes, down.
around
Yes.
the sides using
Yes.
these.
Yeah, like that.
Be beautiful.
Wouldn't
Get the
it?
whole mega bundle and then just use as you will.
And use different colours.
Yeah.
I think would be really nice. You could do it quite
Beautiful.
tonal, which would be good.
Beautiful.
Right, so what we're going to make next is this, which is going to be the actual edge of the border, and then you've got these two that way.
Love that lavender fabric. It's just so summery, isn't it?
It certainly is.
You can almost hear the bees buzzing around.
Yes. So that's what we're going to aim for.
Pretty. Mm.
Okay. So
Now I notice you've already sewn top and bottom rows, so that's the flying geese unit and 2 squares, one either side.
yeah, I was just going to do
Oh,
one of
awesome.
those. So that's all been cut and trimmed. So you'll pop your. This is lovely white cotton fabric as well. It goes
Isn't
so
it?
beautifully with the. You
Rose
wouldn't
and herbal.
think. Yeah, I was going to say you wouldn't think that white cotton fabric would vary so much.
Oh gosh,
but it
yeah.
does.
Yeah, it really does. It really
So
does.
we'll just pop a pin in either side, and then 1/4 of an inch seam again, matching your raw edges, and you can see how quickly it comes together, which is nice.
Do you line that up on the needle plate to get your 1/4 of an inch?
Yes. I'm not into. I haven't got a 1/4 of an inch foot yet, but I need to get one. But I match it up on the actual spool plate.
Yep.
And then, you know, I watch where the fabric's going rather than watch where the needle is.
Absolutely.
But on these, you can actually, this particular machine, you can move the needle, can't you?
Yeah, you
yes,
can.
you showed me last time.
That's right, that's right. All sorts of different options. Now tell me, we were talking about bees buzzing around lavender, but Cara, are you going to be watching the sewing bee tonight?
Oh, definitely,
Yeah?
definitely.
Excited to watch it?
I am. I just find it fascinating. When I was younger, a lot younger, and did needlework at school, it wasn't the hip and trendy sort of thing. And I just love the fact that people, you know, it's on television. Sewing is on television. It's on television now with us. But equally, it's on, you know, mainstream television.
Yes.
And, you know, I don't know, I feel not justified in having my passion of sewing, but just that other people can
very
share that.
self-affirming, isn't it?
It is, definitely. It's just lovely to see and to see all these people and hear their stories,
Yeah.
I think that's the exciting thing. To
It is. It's fascinating, isn't it? Really fascinating. I was doing a talk recently for a wonderful group down near Southampton. Hi guys. And Neil, who was in series 3, who I finally got to meet him. He did his talk. It was absolutely fascinating. You know, he had been, you know, took his sewing machine with him when he was serving in Kandahar and
Wow.
you know, all over the world.
Wow.
Yeah. You know, he would take a sewing machine and he would sew. He was just a fascinating character and had a very different background
Yes.
in sewing, but also there were some real similarities between
Yes.
his story, my story, your story. You know, we'd got loads in common. I just loved it.
I really love it, and I think some of the people that are coming on have actually, some of them started sewing in lockdown.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So, you know, they hadn't necessarily done much sewing before, but
No.
because of lockdown, and you know, the sales of sewing machines went through the roof.
Absolutely.
So it's just so lovely that, you know, that sewing is coming into people's lives in such a nice way.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm thrilled because I know that when the bug bites, that's it. You're hooked for life.
Never, ever, ever, never stop.
And you know, it's dressmaking, quilting, home deck, lovely little fun projects, bag making, embroidery, cross stitch. We've got cross stitch coming up at 12 o'clock with Mark Smith. We've got a gorgeous Jubilee cross stitch.
Yes, I
mean, I
hear.
did cross stitching when I was a child, and that was something I loved to sit and do.
Yes.
Just show us your tip with matching up your points, because this
So-
is lovely.
So I've done, this is where I can see where my cutting isn't necessarily as accurate, but you place the raw edges together. This is where I pressed, so when you were pressing the flying geese, they are going to the dark side rather than the white side, because you don't want any fabric to show. And you can see very, very clearly that's 1/4 inch. And then what I do is just pop my ruler along there, and I want to sew through that. So what you can do, you can draw right across if you haven't done much sewing before, and that's another line that you're going to follow. But it's just here that you want to actually sew through.
Great tip.
And this is adding the flying geese to, or the part of the star, to that central
Yeah.
piece of fabric.
Yeah.
So
Fab. Now don't forget, you can get the whole bundle, the 2 panels. It's the only way to get both panels now. You also get 9.5 meters of fabric in total of all those gorgeous coordinates. You've got the beautiful lavender fabric, the borage, the basket weave, you've got the green and the lilac coordinates. You've got that pretty butterfly fabric, and also some solid white as well. It's a big old bundle of fabric. For $139.99. Use split pay, it's completely interest free. You just have to pay $69.99 today, and we'll send you your beautiful big bundle of fabrics.
So, because I drew the line,
That's perfect.
you can see how pointy that is. Pointy.
Really pointy.
Very
Check
pointy.
out your points.
And you know, again, this is another thing that, you know, when you've not done much quilting and patchworking before, you just think, oh gosh, how do I get that?
I know, and you wonder what all the fuss is about, and then when you do it, you think, now I want all my points to be pointy.
And then naturally, that seam goes that way.
Yeah.
But actually, I think what I did do is actually open the seam and open them flat, press them flat.
You could do either, couldn't you?
Yes, yeah. I don't think there's a right and a wrong way, is there? It's just when you're considering that this is going to be attached to something else, and you want it to be as flat as possible.
You do, you do.
So that's one side, and then we do the other side.
Exactly as before,
Yes.
flying geese
Yep.
to the centre block.
Yeah.
Pretty. Really pretty. And of course you could vary up that centre block if you wanted to. You saw in the last hour how Yvonne had used a 4-patch in the centre of the Puss in the Corner block rather than a plain square. You could do exactly the same with this. You could do a 4-patch in the centre. You could do a square in a square on point. That would look really pretty. And you know, use the fabrics, create your own quilt. Use the panel as alternate blocks, you know, really mix things up. It's what I love about a panel. It inspires other projects.
Yes, I love this. Having this.
Oh, piano keyboard.
Oh, is that what that is?
Piano keyboard border. Yeah, really
which is
simple.
really nice. Using all the different fabrics.
What we found, I don't know if you found, I'm sure you found the same, when we came to actually measure the centre panel for creating the wall hanging, I'd sort of thought in the back of my head, we might have to fudge this, we might have to add a little strip or something, or when we came to cut it out, it was so accurate and so easy to cut out. Did you find the same?
Yes, definitely.
Just
again,
a
that was another
dream.
thing that, you know, you thought, oh gosh, am I going to be able to
yeah. So then
do
adding
that.
the piano key elements around the edge was easy. I mean, these were actually cut at 2 inches. They finish at 1.5 inches. Which just fitted perfectly. And you can see one slight difference between my version and Cara's version. We left that little green edge on and added a little bit of extra background fabric, which you can do or not do.
You can. I mean, what I always try to do, if there's a pattern, I try and follow a pattern. Yeah. So I tried to follow it as they said in the instructions, because I thought, well, if I'm showing people how to do it, then so I you know, went to the green line, but I like it with the little border as well.
Either, can't you?
Definitely.
All about personal choice. It's lovely.
So that's that part of that.
Okay.
Do you want me to carry on with this?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay. So then
got 20 minutes left.
Yeah, that's fine. I can talk through some of the others. So you've added your squares on the other flying geese, and then
they're always geese.
Geese.
Yeah, because the pointy bit is like a skein of geese flying in the sky.
Yeah.
So one unit's always a flying geese unit, apparently.
So you want to try and match your seams. That one is a little bit, there we go. So I usually pop a pin there because the fabric's very forgiving, and I'll be machining. Again, I'm going to be machining from this side. Let's get rid of the...
So again, if we wanted to, we could draw that line, couldn't we?
Yes, I'm going to.
Are you?
Yeah, I just feel it's a bit more secure about making
it's a
sure
little
that I've
safety
got...
net, isn't
yes,
it?
it is. And maybe not do it all the way across. Just do it in parts. But if you've got a 1/4 inch foot on your machine, all I would say is when you get to the point, just slow the machine down and make sure that you're happy with where you're stitching.
That's a good tip. And you're getting towards thicker layers as well at that point, aren't you?
Yes, you are, definitely. And that's where the walking foot's very good. So. I loved playing around with the quilting on it as well, and you know, I was the same as you, where I thought, oh gosh, do you know what, you could just quilt round the cups, the saucers, the napkins, the vase. You could do some free motion in the centre with
You could hand quilt as well, couldn't you?
You could,
You could add some embellishments, beads, hot fix crystals.
Ooh.
Hot fix crystals. Now, half the stock of the mega bundle has gone. One panel has sold out completely. 9 left of the other panel. I just wanted to quickly show you these storage cubes, or you could put like fake plants in. You could do maybe storage for your sewing room. You could do your spare bedroom. Just wanted to show you these. Now, what Joan did was the panel that you use to create the wall hanging or the big quilt, you know, that we've used, has got these 3 extra squares along the top, and then you've got your made by along the bottom. And Joan used these to create these gorgeous storage pods. Easy. So you've got your little printed square, your panel, and then add a strip of fabric to the top. So they're not square, they're actually sort of rectangular, a bit taller than they are wide. And then on the sides, you've got that gorgeous basket weave, again with a little strip of fabric on the top. Same thing all the way around, and obviously a little base too. And then those are just fused to squares of Bosal in our form. Hero product, love it, couldn't make things without it, really love it. Sew them together, and you use a kind of box technique. If you've got Bags for Life, it's all explained in there. There are some cubes in there. And then make the lining in fabric. This is using that gorgeous lilac coordinate. And then sew the two together and turn it through. What you then do when you turn it through is just leave a little lip of the lining on all edges, and then pin it and then top stitch, and it looks like you've got binding around the edge as well. These are such a fun, easy make. They look great, they're so practical. Great job, Joan. Lovely.
You can tell she really enjoyed that.
Oh, can't you? I know. And Joan kept ringing me, or we kept on chatting, and she kept saying to me, I'm just loving these fabrics.
Yes.
There's so much fun to it with. I can't stop.
So much potential, isn't there, with them?
Yeah, completely.
And you can sort of, if you've got some coordinating plain fabrics in your stash, you could play around with that as well, couldn't you?
You could. Well, I think they'd be really lovely to make a bag with as well.
Yes. Oh, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
Just beautiful.
And as you say, cushions, pillows, would be really nice.
Yeah. And of course you can add, you can put a little pocket on the front or the back of a cushion that you can then tuck a lavender sachet in, so that you've got a cushion cover that's scented, but you can also wash. Just pop the lavender sachet out and wash it.
No, it'd be beautiful. I love the smell of lavender. Really is relaxing if you're feeling very stressed. I like it in the bath.
Yeah, oh, love it.
You know, lavender oil or something.
Just having a little smell of the gorgeous. They do have lavender in. I love lavender best press, of course. That's gorgeous.
Gosh, yes. Yes, actually, do you know, I didn't have any at home, but I was thinking, I need to best press all the fabric before I...
it's always helpful, isn't it?
But a lavender one would be perfect, absolutely perfect.
And of course you could use these fabrics, use up your scraps to make things like wheat bags as well. I'm a big fan of wheat bags.
Yes.
You know, and you could pop some lavender inside, or create a little sachet, have a little pocket on your wheatie that you can then pop the lavender sachet in after you've heated your wheatie up.
Definitely.
You can use different things for wheatie bags as well, can't you? Things like rice work, you can use dried beans as well. Not baked beans, don't use baked beans. But, and I think in America, they use a lot of cherry kernels, cherry stones.
Oh, right, okay.
I bought my parents like a wheat bag each was. Bought it.
Oh.
That had cherry stones in.
Oh, right.
But because my dad always had cold feet, so it was something for him to put his feet on.
Oh. Right, and there you go.
Ah, it's gorgeous and so accurate.
So the points are really good. The seams are good there and there, but I'm just a little bit off there.
Oh,
but
stop
only
it.
Only I can see that. Nobody else can. I'm going to
More
cover
than
it up.
happy with that in my quilt. Fab.
So that's...
Oh, look at that. Look at that. It's not bad, is it? It's
not bad.
It's not bad. That's fabulous. It's wonderful.
So...
scrutinise. I've had a message. Good morning, Stuart. All the lavender stuff looks wonderful. Show the label on the bottom of the boxes. Sent with kind thoughts by Joan. Yes, all right. Well, Joan, I will, but you haven't filled it in. Fab. But anyway, yes, of course. I was thinking actually, I looked earlier on and the one I picked up hadn't got the label, but Jones used the label again from that same panel
As
to
the
put on the
base.
bottom of one of the cubes as the base.
Perfect.
So again, if you were making something like this, could be a baby shower gift, couldn't it? Make a pod, fill it with all lovely things for baby or for mum, and then a little bit of information on the bottom about the baby's birth, and then you've got that lovely storage pod to keep forever. It's just beautiful. So many applications.
Gorgeous, gorgeous. So I just wanted to show again, this is just a very, very simple, would you call it sashing?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're using the basket weave fabric top and bottom and then down either side, and then I'll machine that one and then just talk you through the others, because again it's very, very straightforward.
Well, this is a good way of using, you know, panels, isn't it, or elements from panels to frame them using another fabric, especially if they're not square and you want them to be.
That's right, that's right. And the other thing is that I will mention, you're making these, but they ask you then in the instructions to trim it down.
Yes.
So don't forget to trim it down. There's quite a bit that you need to take off, but you want to be sure.
So you kind of have wider borders than you need, and then okay. But that's great, because sometimes you do get a panel and what looks like a square printed unit isn't very square when you measure it. And rather than trying to work out really complicated maths for adding, just add like maybe like 3-inch borders all the way around, press it, and then pop a square ruler on top and square it up.
Yep.
Message from Nora, who says, good morning, every piece sewn is unique. Never a mistake. It's absolutely right, isn't it?
Very true, very true. I do that with embroidery and things like that, and you could go off piste a bit.
You do lots of lovely embroidery, don't you?
I love my embroidery, absolutely. And this is where I would, you know, hand embroider and add beads.
Oh yes.
You know, seed beads on here would be
sure.
gorgeous, absolutely beautiful.
You could even do a little bee, couldn't you? Either a beaded bee or embroidered or something like that.
Or
be
use,
really cute.
yeah, or on the, you can use free motion on the butterfly and add a bead on the end of the antennae, which would be lovely.
So many different things you could do. This is the large quilt, which doesn't do the fabric justice, I think, that picture, but it's stunning. You've got what we've done really is the wall hanging in the centre, and then those star blocks, those framed panels around the outside as well, to create a really big bed quilt. Is absolutely gorgeous. Some lovely messages. Teresa, good morning. A bit late to the party today. Gorgeous quilt and fabric. Stuart, you're looking very dapper today. Thank you. It's the waistcoat, isn't it? I love it.
I didn't get the memo about the waistcoat.
Sorry, Cara. Sorry.
With you and Yvonne, I thought, oh, I feel a little bit left out.
Well, next time. Oh, bless you. I'm sure I've got another waistcoat we could just throw at you. Anna's got in touch too to say good morning. Looking very dashing this morning, lovely man. Love your ideas, you're inspiring. Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm just grateful to be able to get this waistcoat on. I haven't been able to wear it for about 3 years.
That's when you know, isn't it? That is definitely when you know.
And also the buttons aren't screaming at me for release.
And you know the other one is if you've got a blouse with buttons down the front, or a shirt with buttons down the front, it's just like, oh, right, okay, I can sort of do it without breathing in.
Yeah, so. Without threatening to take someone's eye out. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So you're still doing your exercises?
I am, but I've gone, because the weather's lovely now, I've gone from doing my walking workouts inside to going out and doing walks, and I've downloaded a little app that maps my walk while I'm walking. Yeah. So I've got that to sort of look back on, and it reminds me 1.67 kilometres. Yes. Average pace, 15 minutes, and then or something like that.
Yeah, also you can get one that shows you if you've gone up and down hills.
Oh.
Which is really good. So it shows the elevation, is it?
I'm not really up to elevation at the moment. I'm just about managing the flat. Yes. We're doing lots of walking in Amsterdam, perhaps. I once did a cycle tour in the countryside around Amsterdam, and that was gorgeous and also very lovely because it's so flat.
Flat, exactly.
Anybody can feel super fit.
Right. And walking, especially with the weather as it is at the moment, I think they were saying that it's still going to be good this week. So getting out and walking is really good.
Well, it's just lovely to be out in the world, isn't it?
It certainly is.
Fresh air.
It certainly is. So all I'm doing, bring it back to the sewing, is adding the panels down either side. And as I say, you will actually then trim that down to your 12.5. I don't know how many minutes have we got.
How many minutes have we got? About 3.
Oh, right, okay. So that's this panel.
Yeah.
Okay. This panel is just take the pieces that you've cut.
Yep.
And you'll add the borders. So again, just straight stitching.
Yeah.
Just straight stitching down either side.
So is that like a rectangle of fabric in the centre and just a strip either side?
Yes.
Do you have to trim that one down?
No, not that one. The only one you trim down is the one with the basket weave.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And then you've got, it's just laying it out. Then you've got your star, and then another one, and then another one on that one.
Cool.
And then on this one. So this is why it is ideal for a confident beginner, because you have just got lots of straight stitching. So once you've done this, to add all the way round is very, very straightforward.
It is, it's beautiful. Cara, would you mind just showing, I love how you've done the binding on this quilt, and I think a lot of viewers would like to know how you did it. Would you mind just talking us through what you did?
I don't know if the camera can get in close.
Thank you. Yeah, we will do.
Okay, so I've not done much binding before, but I followed the instructions again, and I looked on YouTube a couple of times, and what I wanted to do was actually do the block binding. So I had the width of the fabric, folded it in half.
Yep.
And then I attached it so the fold came over the top of the...
So you machined it to the back of the quilt?
The back.
So the reverse of what we normally do?
Yes. And then I brought it over to the front, and I thought I can either hand sew that, but I didn't have time to hand sew it, or I could machine it, or on my machine I've got this sort of leaf stitch.
How gorgeous is
so
that?
I then chose a thread to coordinate, and the centre of the stem of the leaves is actually in the ditch.
Yeah.
So my leaves are going either side.
Beautiful.
So you've got it going into the purple and then into the green.
So it was all sewn by machine, but it's added an extra decorative element.
And then it even looks quite nice on the back
looks
as well.
Lovely.
So you know, choose your colours. I didn't have any lilac thread, so I think it's sort of like a light yellow.
What a gorgeous tip. What a gorgeous way of finishing a quilt. And it totally fits the style.
Yes. Yes.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, question from Wendy. Morning, Cara and Stuart. Couldn't resist this quilt with such beautiful fabrics. Could you quilt as you go with this pattern? Cara?
You could. You could on certain elements. It's like you could do the quilting here, couldn't you? You could, I think, before you join it, would you?
I'm not sure you could, actually.
Oh,
I'm not sure you could.
You asked me to.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. I'm not certain. To be honest, if you're doing the big quilt, I don't know, because maybe what you could do is you could do the side border, the star blocks, have that as a unit, then have the main centre third, and then the other side, I do it as 3. I think you'd have to sit and work it out.
Yes, I wouldn't do the individual elements.
No, I wouldn't.
Because
do it as large strips.
Do it as a large strip.
Yeah.
So even on this one.
Yes, exactly.
Do it as a large strip.
Yeah.
And quilt the whole thing.
Yes.
And then attach it.
And then you've got your sashing strips between.
Yes.
I think you could with a bit of adaptation. Christine's messaged in to say, morning, gorgeous Stuart, Hillard and Cara. Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely gorgeous quilt and stunning fabrics and lots of smiley and heart eye emojis. Julie says, because of all the borders, could this use the Wendy Orlando quilt as you go method? I think it could, but again, as I say, we think together, don't we?
Yes, as a panel. Do it as a panel.
Long strips.
Rather than the individual. Absolutely. I think if you did the individual, it wouldn't necessarily fit. You might have to you might have
tweak.
to have a little bit extra fabric just in case.
Yeah.
And it may not lay so flat.
So gorgeous though. Love it. Thank you, Cara.
That's okay. It's
First
been
ever
fun.
big quilt for Sewing
I know.
Street.
Well, it was big, but it wasn't as big.
I think it's absolutely fabulous. I
got
feel like I
there.
need to give you a hug for doing your first quilt.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Bravo, my love.
Thank
Bravo. Bag making at 11 o'clock?
Yes, a Debbie Shaw one.
Different
really
head-on.
easy, really easy.
It's a beautiful one. We've got some gorgeous fabric combos as well, haven't we?
Yes, well, the PU.
Super excited. This is the bag we're talking about. This is Cara's 11 o'clock show. Fully reversible, absolutely gorgeous. PU on one side, push it through, and you've got the reverse on the other side.
And isn't
See, I'm
that
doing the real
gorgeous
thing.
fabric?
It is divine, absolutely divine. Combination of Lewis and Irene, isn't it?
Yes.
And some gorgeous PU. Really stunning. 11 o'clock, can't wait.
Yep.
Keep checking out your baskets on the Lavender Garden, won't you? Sure to sell out. In the next hour, Yvonne is back with a William Morris hour. So grab a cuppa and I think a shortbread biscuit. And I'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433 and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Welcome to Sewing Street, or welcome back if you've got your cup of tea and your shortbread biscuit. I think I recommend it. It is wonderful to have your company here at Sewing Street. We've got an absolutely packed morning of wonderful, wonderful guests. Yvonne is back from Village Fabrics with a different waistcoat. Actually,
Cunning plan, reversible.
oh, Ella. Oh.
Quick flash there.
Very nice, thank you. Glass of iced water, please. Fantastic. Yvonne's back with a totally different hour. This is the William Morris hour. My goodness me, we've got some beautiful, beautiful projects to share with you. I'm going to get rid of that because it's sold out. We're going to start with the Strawberry Thief. Oh my goodness me, this is so beautiful. Now, that is stunning. Absolutely stunning. Our buyer Ian emailed us yesterday to say, look at this wall hanging, and it's just gorgeous. Yeah, I mean, he knew we would see it when we got here, but he was so excited about it, and it is absolutely stunning, isn't it? Probably, I think, William Morris's most recognised and iconic design that he ever did. It's the one that I can always instantly, oh my goodness, there it is, Strawberry Thief. The colours that Yvonne has chosen, the fabrics, are absolutely out of this world. That blue background that makes the colours, the fabrics pop, brings such beauty to this wall hanging. It is amazing. Now, size-wise, it's 25 inches by 19 inches. A beautiful size. Isn't that stunning? You get all of your fabrics for the appliques, the background, the borders. The binding as well is phenomenal value at $36.99. These are all beautiful top quality fabrics. I'm going to open this one. Just good. I love how you package your kits. They're so inviting.
Well, that all
even when you look at the back, it's like, oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Look at all that.
That's all down to Nicola and Rosie, who cut and pack the bulk of my kits.
But they say retail detail, don't they?
Oh,
it's
absolutely.
all in the details.
Absolutely.
Look at this. So we've actually got proper William Morris fabrics in here. So the whole wall hanging is designed around William Morris's Strawberry Thief design, but then the individual fabrics are William Morris prints. Absolutely. Willow? Is it willow?
I think so.
Yeah. There's a little bit of Strawberry Thief there, which is, I love. That's gorgeous. Oh my goodness. All cut for you, all packaged for you beautifully. All the pieces of fabric you need. It's such a sensible way, I think, when you're going to make a project like this. It's such a sensible way of buying it. Because if you were buying, you know, a fat quarter of each fabric, the cost would be
this makes
phenomenal.
it accessible for
people. It really does. It really does.
Cool.
Even this pattern, beautifully patterned fabric, it's
sensible.
under £40. Well under £40, and you're getting everything there, including full instructions, including all of your step-by-steps. I just think it's stunning. I'm so sorry, I don't want to terribly disturb this.
Are you going to repack that? Are you going to repack that?
This is as good as it's going to get, my darling. I'm doing the best I can.
Fold that one at the top, fold that one
dear,
down.
Sorry.
Dear.
No, I can't do it. Now I'll just pass that to Kat. Thank you very much. Just want to show you the instructions as well. Because what's fantastic is that you're getting a proper full size, like a poster. So in terms of placement, you know exactly what goes where. Also, all of your individual elements for your appliques are all full size. You're not having to enlarge anything, scale it up, trace it. I mean, you're going to trace it onto bond web, of course, but you're not having to increase, decrease the size. You've also got full and really detailed instructions for every part of this. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful, and the finished project is something to be really proud of too. It would work anywhere in the house, wouldn't it? In the hallway, dining room, sitting room.
Yeah, I think so.
Gorgeous. Now we can do the pattern, the instructions on their own if you would prefer, if you want to use your own fabrics. These have been very, very popular on pre-order. $10.99. We've only got 35 of these sets of instructions left, which sounds like a lot, but we had huge stocks to start with. These are selling very, very quickly. So if you want to get your full instructions for $10.99, then this is the number to order. And again, full size instructions. Are we still getting the full size like photograph of the?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you get all of that included.
All of that is in there.
Fantastic, fantastic. What a beautiful project. And applique wise, that's all done. Fusible applique, blanket stitch around the edge. So very achievable, don't worry. We're not expecting you to needle turn. Now, before we get to demo, I wanted to introduce the Village Fabrics Home Spa set. Now, I'm a big one for a home spa day. Love it. We've done this before, but this is a brand new William Morris version. You get so many different things in here. You get 6 reusable makeup removal pads and a little basket to hold them in, an eye mask, a hairband, and a pretty bag to keep everything in. That's then a useful container. I mean, you get so much in that kit. What you're getting here, wait a minute, $19.99, that's for the pattern. That's for the whole kit.
That's for the whole kit.
So fabric, toweling.
Bamboo toweling. It is gorgeous.
So
you said so this morning.
Gorgeous. You're getting all of that. You're getting your elastic, you're getting your ribbon, absolutely everything in there, plus your full instructions. This is the kind of thing you're going to make again and again and gift.
Oh, I think so. And, you know, this lovely little bag.
Talk me through it, what you get.
Well, 3 fabrics, and you get to make all of these things. You've gotten this lovely little bag, which I think is just ideal to gift, and then it's
Love
got
the
a little
petal top.
Yeah, petal top, and a little hanger on the back.
So you could hang that on, like maybe if you're staying in a hotel, hang it on the back of the bathroom door.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Or in your bathroom. Ideal for cotton wool or whatever, you know, or an overnight little bag. So I love the bag. That's where it started. And then I found this wonderful toweling. We have it in the shop in a number of colours, but this particular one is this lovely coral kind of colour, yeah, which gives you the opportunity to take the colour from this William Morris.
And there's such a lovely attention to detail as well, though, because you could have just put a cotton on the back or just a cream, but you've matched up those colours. It's beautiful.
Everything up.
Yeah, just really special. And you even get the elastic for the headband.
Oh yeah, this is complete. You know, we have your 1/2-inch elastic that gives this sort of little scrunchie for the back of the hairband. 1/4-inch elastic. We decided that you needed this kind of weight to hold the eye mask in place. And we have the absolutely reusable, thank you, little pads. I haven't made all 6 of these. I've only made 5, but you've gotten some that are the solid colour and some that are the pattern. So again,
you get the toweling, the bamboo toweling on the back of each one, and they're like makeup removers or cleansing pads.
Absolutely.
Reusable.
Throw them in the washing machine.
Eco-friendly.
Really, really works.
Yeah. And there's even like a little basket, box type thing to keep them in.
That was the little demo.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
If we need to.
Yeah.
Because again, I cut the pieces of fabric, decided what I could actually make out of the pieces of fabric, and you will have a little bit left. So more, more little pads or anything else that you can think of to add to this lovely. I think it's a lovely gift.
Oh, it's a really lovely gift.
We were able to get matching ribbon to Georgia.
It's stunning, and William Morris fabric on the outside too.
This was it.
It truly is a William Morris hour.
Well,
that is lovely. And £19.99. That is incredible value. Not just for a pattern that you're going to make a gazillion times, guarantee. It's wonderful. But you're also getting your fabrics, your toweling, your elastic ribbon, everything you need to create those projects. Just add some thread, and presumably if I want more toweling I can come to Village Fabric.
Yes, we have that on the roll. We have
perfect.
A couple of colours. I've got a lovely minty green that I'm looking to do
love
something
a minty green.
with. Me too.
Now we can do the pattern on its own for that. It's again phenomenal value, £9.99. I've got to be honest with you, I get the kit because you get all of the elements you need, and I don't know where I'd find beautiful bamboo toweling that coordinated, but maybe you have some at home, maybe you have some other fabrics that you want to use. The pattern in itself is £9.99. Full instructions to make those 4 different projects: the bag, the makeup pads, the eye mask, and also the headband. Gorgeous. Now then, where are we starting, Yvonne?
Well, I thought I had best tackle some of the more difficult bits of the strawberry thing.
Brill.
This all started out with me buying the William Morris fabrics and saying to my colleague Linda Earle, Linda, make something out of this William Morris fabric. And we sort of looked at each other as we do and said, right, not a quilt, let's do a wall hanging. Okay, wall hanging. And I then walked away. And later on that day, Linda said, strawberry thief, isn't it? And I said, well, yeah, I thought it was either that or a golden lily, one or t'other. Yeah. Okay, strawberry thief it is. And she drew this wonderful design out and started cutting little bits of fabric, and here we are.
That's how it starts.
We always find that we shy away from dark backgrounds, but whenever we do something on them, they are stunning. It makes it a little bit more difficult because your light box is not going to be as effective.
Right.
So this is one of the reasons you have this big full layout pattern. Now it's 2 A3 sheets. Do take the time, as I have here, and line up the center. You've got a little bit of an overlap, as you can see. So get yourself lined up. As always, we suggest that you cut your background that little bit bigger than your finished size. That, in this instance, is 19 by 13, which, oh my, little bird's legs. I nearly lost little bird's legs.
Oh dear.
Oh gosh, that would have been a moment.
Hoppity hop.
Absolutely. So if you put your background piece on top of your large joint together layout diagram, you will find you can line up the edges of the background in its slightly larger form against the outline of the first frame that goes around the whole of the wall hanging. So you're going to line that up there. Now, if the light box will give you a bit of a guide, because Linda designed this, I came to do the samples for this over the last couple of days, and the way I found I had to do it was to actually do a little bit of measuring. The key is to divide your fabric, fold it into quarters, and I've actually pressed, because it's so dark you can't see that there are some creases there, there's some crease lines. So I've actually created a little bit of a grid for myself. I have that central line in both directions and some going that way. Then the structure of the layout is all around the 3 bias strips There's one at the bottom, one at the top, and one that goes through the middle. So I measured in from the edge and up from the bottom, and that's that was the position of the start of my first branch. I then popped a pin in here because I rolled this back, and of course the ends of the bias strips are all hidden under leaves or flowers, so that we have nice tidy ends. You don't have to worry about those. So I knew I had to have my bias strip coming to about here, and yes, I can feel the little pin marks that I've got in my paper here. Now,
that's the benefit of having the full-size picture of the quilt, isn't it? It makes such a difference.
And so I popped a pin in there, and I really just ran my finger along the design like this, put some little applique pins in, and made sure that this branch was following around here. I will just spend a minute on the bias strips because...
Yeah, I was just thinking, how do you make yours?
Well, we've made this particularly difficult.
Okay. Tell me why.
Because you're cutting them at 5/8.
Oh, right, okay.
So you get a really fine line. So again, a bias strip is cut across the weave of the fabric so that it will give you mobility. It'll go round curves. 5/8 of an inch.
So is it cut at 5/8?
It's cut at 5/8.
Gotcha.
So these little marks on your ruler are each 1/8. So you're going to your 1/2 inch mark plus one little mark beyond. Yeah. So that's what 5/8 is. You have sufficient fabric obviously in your pack, and we're working with the brown. So this is where you really need to be quite heavy-handed with the spray starch or best press.
So you spray starch your fabric first and then cut it?
Yeah, so that you have a little bit of resilience in it. So you're going to line up very carefully against that little 5/8 there, We tell you there are two longer strips and one slightly shorter one. Now, say just take your time, make sure you do it. Now this is going to be interesting because this desk is far too high.
It is high for you, yeah.
For me to rotary cut well. I would not suggest that you try this at home. At home, if you have, I would suggest you would be using your worktop in your kitchen. It's generally about the right height.
Yeah.
Make sure that you're comfortable. There is nothing worse than sore shoulders and back, etc. with lots of cutting. So I now have a strip that looks like this, and it's quite firm if you have a little.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And here's one I cut earlier.
Very good.
So what we want to do, and the one thing I did forget to bring, is a hero marker.
Okay.
So if you haven't got a hero marker, this is what you do. You are now looking at this being a 3/16.
So 1/4 of an inch is 2/16. No, 1/16.
Yeah, well, you cut it at 5/8.
Okay.
So you're really.
We've got a hero marker.
You are a wonderful girl.
Thank you.
You can come again. So we are going to score this in 3 so that we are able to turn in 2 folds.
Right.
So we're looking at 3/8.
Right.
No,
3/16.
3/16. We've cut it 5/8. We're looking at 3/16. So that, of course, is just under
a quarter of an inch.
But it does need to be just under the 1/4 of an inch. So again, take your time, make sure you get this. And the hero marker really just provides like a scratch. And you are going to mark on both sides, And because you have gotten that starch in there, it makes it a little bit easier to see that and for it to stay.
Yeah.
Then, right, there we go.
Some love for your spa set, by the way. Sue's been in touch to say, I made the spa kit for my daughter who has to frequently stay in hotels when travelling for work.
Yeah.
She loves it. What a gorgeous gift.
And useful.
2 of those kits left. 2 of those kits. If you want to get your kit, $19.99, it's phenomenal value. You get all your cotton fabrics, William Morris, gorgeous. You also get your bamboo toweling. Beautiful. Oh, sold out. We do still have the pattern. We do still have the pattern. Okay, $9.99. If you want to watch a demo, actually, for the whole of the spa, 15th of December 2021, full demo. All right.
Gosh, I don't remember that far back.
Me neither. Me neither.
So I'm now just pressing that first fold in and going to do the second fold, and because that second fold has to take account of the first fold, you will find that the edge doesn't, the edge of that second fold is just behind the actual edge of your bindings, of your bias
So it kind of overlaps.
So it overlaps, but it doesn't go far enough to get in the way
Gotcha.
of that raw edge showing.
But don't expect these raw edges to meet in the middle. There's going to be a very little bit of
threesome. It's a threesome like this. It's not a meeting in the centre.
Very good,
Okay.
thank you. Nicely put.
Yeah.
So what does that finish at, the bias?
I don't
Thin.
think
Thin. Let's just call it thin.
just under 1/4 of an
Just
inch.
under, yeah,
but
lovely.
it gives you the delicacy.
Oh yeah.
Now, this, if you are going to machine it in place, you should be okay with just having pressed. If you are going to, if you are going to machine in place, as I have done with these 2, then this will be fine. If you decide that this is one element of the design that you want to needle turn, I wouldn't suggest you want to needle turn very much of this, but it might make a really interesting effect if you needle turn some elements and machine the others.
Right. But you wouldn't actually turn any more of the edge under, would you? You'd just hand stitch it down.
No, correct. All that I would suggest is you might want to tack it.
Yeah.
So this one I've actually done some tacking along so that when you're working with it, you're not constantly having to do a little bit of movement. And I'm going to use this one now simply because I'm on the telly doing this.
You certainly are. We're glad to have you.
So,
how long have you been coming to Sewing Street?
oh, I don't know.
Since the beginning?
No. I did a little bit with Sewing Quarter, and then of course COVID hit.
Yes.
And all manner of interesting things happened. So all I've done is I've looked. My background fabric is lined up on my big design. I'm looking at where this starts, and that's where it starts, and I am sticking one of these little applique pins in to hold that there.
Those are the clover applique pins.
They are.
Beautiful.
They are invaluable whenever you are working with the scale of these pieces. Now I'm going to look where I am, where I need to be aiming for. Where do I need to be aiming for? I'm actually going up the way with this one, and it's going to end up about there. Okay, so if I anchor my 2 ends, try not to go through the paper as well, and then you can just get yourself a nice little line. And at this point I did this. I decided that I was going to do this by eye, so that I got a nice pleasing curve.
Yeah, bit of artistic license.
Absolutely, and that is what I would suggest you consider this to be. Now,
How much do you love those applique pins?
Oh,
why are they important?
Well, they mean that your hands don't get scraped to pieces.
Okay.
Yeah. And
it's good enough.
Well, that's my view, especially if you're doing any handwork, because if you are using your normal length pin, you have to overlap them.
Yeah.
And it's just horrid. And of course, though it doesn't say it on the packet, you can actually iron over these.
Oh, okay.
Experience.
Yvonne said.
Yeah.
Details are on screen for those. You get 150 in a pack. They're clover
really?
applique pins.
They last forever. 150 goes a long way.
Beautiful.
So at this point, decision time. Do you want to use a matching thread so that you just see brown branch, or do you want to make a feature of the thread that you're using? So you could potentially
feature.
So you could use a black thread.
That would be nice. That would look lovely.
And so, or pale grey.
Pale grey
might work.
Yes.
But in reality, I think perhaps in this instance you want a dark brown with this. Though the choice is yours. All I like to do at this point is to give you options, put ideas into your mind so that you can make it as you want to.
You could hand blanket stitch as well, couldn't you, if you like doing that?
You can. There are a lot of pieces, and those. Let me just pull this down. I could stitch this, but perhaps not, because let's just talk about how we're placing things and how the bond web situation works.
Really useful. The message from Collector, from Kate. I get the applique pins after seeing Yvonne using them on the block of the month. They make such a difference. Loving the handmade waistcoat today. It is gorgeous.
Well, thank you.
Lots of people asking if there's a pattern for the waistcoat, Yvonne.
Well, no.
Next time?
Oh, I've been asked before. I'm going to think about it because I'm sure that we could mock up a foundation and then foundation a lot of the designs, because some of these are just orphan blocks that have started out life as something.
We've all got some of them.
Haven't we just?
We want the pattern, please. Go on, do it for us.
Well,
Yvonne will think about it.
More hours in the day or a holiday, one or the other.
We'll do what we can. Another message. Hi, Stuart and Yvonne. Loving the waistcoats. Just wanted to say that Yvonne's lots are wonderful. Yvonne's kits are wonderful. I'm currently working on Yvonne's Thoughts of Japan, and there are great instructions and beautiful fabrics. Thank you, from Carol.
Yeah, we have more than one block of the month at Village Fabric.
Yeah, I suspected you might. They're very, very lovely.
And I have a real interest in things Japanese, so that's one that resulted from me being in Japan, 5 years ago now?
Oh, fantastic.
So, meanwhile, back with William Morrison and Strawberry Thief. You have a whole page of the individual pieces that you need to put to draw around with your bonder web. Now, because you are reversing pieces, the birds as they appear on the sheet are actually going to be the other way round. So the bird that is at the top of the sheet is actually the bottom bird, and the bird that is at the bottom is the top. I have numbered 1 through 13 is the bottom bird, and then 14 through to 26 is the second bird, and the leaves and the flowers are alphabetical. Now the numbers are important because they are the sequence in which you need to place them on the background.
Right, okay.
Okay, so that's why it's worth just having a look at this.
Do you write those on the bonder web as well as you're doing them?
I do, and then keep them on for as long as possible, and I really would suggest you do one bird at a time, otherwise you're going to become very confused.
Okay.
So what I have here is a top bird, And these are why you're not going to needle turn.
For sure.
Okay, so these are the little legs that are going to go on. So again.
And in fairness, Yvonne, I do a lot of turned edge applique, but on something like that, I would still fuse that.
There are options always as to how you want to do things.
Yeah, just because you said you were going to do needle turn for the doesn't mean you have to do it on every element. Like the beak, don't needle turn that.
And in
I
actual
drive
fact,
myself mad.
I think I did say to Linda, why have you put a beak on? Why are we not embroidering the beak on at that size? So again, there is an option for you. The fabric is there if you want to use it. Now, again, these little pieces, you do have to think carefully about the edges. So whenever you're peeling your Bondo web off, if you have any difficulty, go to the center. Now, I'm just going to see if this is going to peel off, and it is not. So I'm going to find that fat little bit in there with just using a pin or a needle, and just start easing that Bondo web off, because this little leg isn't even 1/4 of an inch wide.
No, gosh no, and you'd need a pretty tiny stitch as well when you're appliquing that down. Use quite a small
Absolutely,
stitch.
you're going to have to reduce the length of that little blanket that goes into probably like a 1.5.
Fair enough, yeah, go smaller.
Something like that, or perhaps you just use a running stitch for the
hand
legs,
stitch it.
or
Yeah.
hand stitch. You know it. So here are the little legs. Now I'm going to. What I would suggest you do is have a bit of a measure along this bias strip, because my birdie needs to be a little bit further along, and that's why I have this fold halfway down, and I can see that his body, his beak, is going to be just about there. Yeah, and we need to bring him down a little bit. So there's one leg. I would suggest you do this on your ironing board. Once you have these things in position, you don't want to be moving it.
And definitely don't sneeze.
Don't
Are you
open
with
the
me?
window and make sure the cat's not in the room.
Done all of
except-
those. Done all of
Yeah.
those. We'll try not to do them again.
Well, this is how you learn, isn't it?
It is. It is.
So I'm just going to. He might be a little bit splay-legged. Is that a word? Splayed?
Splayed, yeah.
Splayed. Okay, so I've got to make sure that his little feet are on the branch, because his wings are closed. So this is piece 1, 2 and 3. Okay, everything else is going to be built upon that. So there's going to be a little beak in here. I think at this point I would like to just press that in place, so that I am securing the. I've positioned the bird.
Yeah, this is the time when you've got to really sort of measure lots and
Absolutely.
be sure, isn't it? Because everything else will go on top of that.
Yeah. And I haven't. Well, I have left that just a little bit loose there to get his beak under. So the numbering is done for you. Yeah, we have told you in the cutting instructions here. If I just bring that to your attention, then we have pieces 1, 2, 14 and 15 are all in brown, etc. Red dots are strawberries, which are alphabetized. So mid blueprints, we have bird tail feathers for both of the birds, but I have separated them out so that you have your top bird and your bottom bird. Doing my best to make it just
really clear.
It can be very confusing. So I now have a little bag with all bird ones in. So we there's a little beak. it might be a good plan to get that little beak in place, you know.
Yes.
Don't you think? If I can. And the Bonder web is coming off quite easily, which is a blessing. So I'm just going to pop
So
that.
those just get tucked under. And when you're doing your sort of layered appliques, do you sort of layer and fuse the entire bird down before you do any stitching, or do you ever sort of stitch an element and then layer over the top?
It does depend, okay? It does depend. Now, when with the previous applique on the block of the month, do the centre and then the outside leaves. So that's a two-step thing. Here, I would fuse everything in place.
Right, do the whole bird.
Yeah, because you need everything to be where it's going to finish, if that makes any sense, because there's too many bits. Right, I'm very happy now that I'm not going to lose this beak.
Yes.
I was a bit concerned.
I think the bird was pretty concerned too, you know.
Yeah, well,
That strawberry's not going to get stolen without a beak,
well,
is it?
Absolutely not. So we have, everything has a number on.
Yvonne, I've got to just share with you, I don't know how long producer Kat has been doing William Morris Fabrics or Strawberry Thief, but she has literally just realised who the Strawberry Thief is.
Oh, well, at least she got there.
The penny dropped.
Right, so...
Bless you, Kat. Bless you.
So
in fairness, she does have a lot of other things to think about.
Of course, of course. Now, let me just start getting piece number 4 is going to be his bottom tail feather. So if you're looking, what I'm looking at is the positioning on this sheet here, yeah, while I'm working on the background. So two things together and just build it up, and we have this wonderful layering of these different fabrics and different pieces to identify the different feathers.
Yeah, I love how you've used the different fabrics to create that depth, that layered effect. It's beautiful.
I have to say that I was saying to Linda, just remember how many fabrics we have to cut. So please make as much use of the fabrics as you can. If we can get the fabrics to be doing the hard work, then that is a one, you know.
Well, it's lovely when you've got multi-tonal fabrics, isn't it? Because you know, cutting in different places gives a different effect. You do get so many different lovely fabrics in this kit. It's absolutely gorgeous. I'm just going to have a little flick through. And everything that you need, and just the right amount of fabric as well that you need for each different element, rather than having to buy a fat quarter or even a fat eighth of every one of these fabrics would really start to stack up.
It would be too much, you know. It would become prohibitive for you.
There are times when a kit is the most sensible way of buying something, isn't it?
Yes, whenever the more fabrics that you need, you know, many shops, the smallest they will cut is a fat quarter, some it's a half metre, and that means that really it's not viable to put 8 or 9 fabrics in.
No. Now we've got about 15 minutes left on the show.
Okay.
Well done if you've checked out on the Spar kit. Absolutely fantastic. Completely sold out. So you can watch the demo from the 16th of November if you would like to see the full demo of that. Absolutely gorgeous set, that. I'd like to make that myself, actually. Very nice. I love, I mean, the reusable makeup remover pads are just, they're bang on. They're bang on. We're all trying to reduce our throwaway stuff, aren't we?
Yes, yes.
You know, although I was doing a little bit of research the other day, Yvonne. Tell me what you think of this. I was doing a little bit of research the other day on sort of eco sewing and, you know, and I found a pattern for, hold on, sit down, reusable tea bags.
Oh no.
Reusable tea bags. And I thought, ooh, I think I might just have to draw the line there. And hope maybe for better paper tea bags.
Okay, right, I think I have a bird, and I have this pattern here. I am on an ironing board, and I stuck a couple of pins in to hold the first pieces.
Oh, it comes to life, doesn't it, as you start layering up? Really comes to life. And you wouldn't get that effect if you just used one fabric.
No.
The layering is so important.
It's so true to give this 3D effect here. So that is, you know, slow and steady.
But that's the whole of bird one.
That's, yes.
Perfect.
He's going to need, obviously everything needs to be stitched down. He needs to be given an eye. And there, of course, are lots of flowers to put in place, and the strawberries. Now, forgive me for not putting a strawberry on, but let me show you. And this is where, again, applique pins are a must. That is the size of the little petal.
Oh, I say, okay.
That goes with the strawberry. I did say to Linda, there is no way I'm going to be able to even pull that out of the bag without losing it. But we have...
You did it.
I just about... the embroidery that is on the piece is again just a stem stitch. We have not included the thread.
Okay, so you'll need some pale green embroidery floss
And a bit of black probably for the French knots for the eyes.
The
And,
flower centres, do we embroider those too on the strawberry flowers?
yes, again we have a gold French knots. Yeah. Those little white flowers are petals, individual petals, and again it's to give you the ability to make them a little uneven, you know, so that they look real. We have a variety of leaves to put in place, and these wonderful big, there we go, he is going to sit.
I love that bough that's running through the centre. It's absolutely beautiful. It's almost sort of Jacobean looking, isn't it?
Yes, it has that.
Like sort of crewel work style. I love it.
You know, nothing is ever new in the design world. It's just people taking the time to look back and take inspiration from them. And I'm sure that's what William Morris did.
Oh, for sure. He loved the sort of medieval period, didn't he?
Yeah, pulling the interesting, the good bits.
It's so interesting that now we're inspired by William Morris. He was inspired by medieval, and I'm sure medieval designers were inspired by something much earlier. I mean, it just goes round.
And of course, generally, it all comes from nature.
Absolutely. My favourite source of inspiration. I always say Mother Nature never gets anything wrong. So if you're ever looking for a colour combination or a design idea, look in your garden, go to the park, walk in the countryside, whatever you can do.
And of course at the moment those beautiful bluebells.
Oh, bluebells.
So I'm not going to fuss anymore, I think. I think I'm just going to leave that as a little bit of a, that's how you can build up
it's fabulous.
These wonderful designs.
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Isn't it?
Yeah, just stunning. And I love how the minute you start adding red and green, the whole scene just kind of blooms into life, doesn't it?
And then once you've all of this done, I think the only way to quilt it is to actually go round some of the larger elements to pull them forward. You don't want the background to ever overpower the applique.
So outline quilting really close to the edges.
I think
just makes everything pop, doesn't it?
Yep.
And then I suppose if you heavily quilt the background, that would make those elements really pop. If that's your thing.
If that's your thing.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be my thing, but I think what I might be very tempted to hand quilt this piece.
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe some big stitches out around the bigger elements. Just, you know, taking a red stitch around there, a green stitch around there, and maybe grey for the bird, but entirely up to you. That's where people buy the kit, and we're so pleased whenever they put a little bit of themselves into it. Whenever they send us in a picture, it's really
it's gorgeous, isn't
fun.
it? Really lovely.
Yeah.
Now you can still buy the kit. We have got some left. Excuse me. The Strawberry Thief kit costs $36.99 and it's just perfect. The value for money is incredible because you start with the most beautiful design, $10.99 for the pattern itself. So you've got that value, and it is such a beautiful design. The pattern on its own, there's only 10 left, by the way. Just give you a nod there. $10.99 for the pattern on its own. But remarkable value in the kit itself, because you're getting that $10.99 pattern, but then on top of that, you're getting all the individual fabrics to create the design. And I'll be honest with you, Yvonne, usually I see a quilt and I think I want to make that in my own colours, but I want to make this in what you've picked. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
It's beautiful.
This
allows you then to do that because all the fabrics have been cut for you. You've got exactly what you need. You can reproduce this design exactly. The design you fell in love with. Keep on going through for that. Just stunning. Now, I just wanted to introduce, now I had these on actually, these are absolutely beautiful. Had these on a couple of weeks ago, I think, or the week before last. The vintage needle case. Now we're starting with the red because we have got very limited numbers of this, less than 20. You get absolutely everything in the kit for $14.99, and I opened the kit out the other day actually. You even get a pack of needles to go inside it when you finish. You get your ribbon, all the different floral elements, floral fabric elements. You also get your pattern, your foundations, these little Flying Geese foundation paper pieced as well.
Yeah.
Yvonne, you don't like foundation paper piecing?
I hate foundation piecing.
Oh, strong words.
Yes.
Strong words.
I hate having to cut, sew and then recut.
Okay, fair enough, I hear that.
I don't like doing it. I have given it a really good try. I've made a whole quilt in foundation piecing.
Okay.
So
why have you included it in this project?
Because some people love it.
Okay.
And you do get such accuracy on your points.
Yeah.
But
I'm not being funny. The end justifies the means sometimes, doesn't it?
And this is an ideal opportunity for people to give it a little bit of a try. You could stitch this little panel either by hand or machine, and it's very portable. So foundation piecing, people don't sometimes know what the words mean, but in here, with a bit of luck, you will give this a try on holiday, whatever, and you've tried it once, you've either got a very useful sewing kit or you have a present for someone.
And your foundation piecing for this, do you hand sew that on Violin or do you machine sew that?
I can't remember. I think we do it on paper. We do it on paper.
We've got the blue version as well. I love them both. They're absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? This is the blue version, tied with white ribbon. You get absolutely everything.
Oh, yeah.
So you get all of your fabrics. You've got little pockets inside the front. You've got all of the felt for the leaves that your pins, your needles are going to go through, rather. Another pocket in the back. This is gorgeous Adita Sitar, isn't it? Love that fabric.
It is.
Beautiful. You just need to add a little bit of cardboard of your own to stiffen.
We didn't
Cereal
include
box?
that. Yeah, maybe a couple of layers.
2
of
layers
that.
glued together.
Yeah, I think would be just to firm
Stunning.
it up a bit.
I love it.
Yeah, we have provided the full-size Flying Geese template in here, and we would suggest that you do it on paper. You don't really need to be putting another layer of Violin in there. In fact, now that I recall, Vix actually took the papers out on the show that we did while I was...
You've got to keep her busy.
Well,
otherwise who knows what will happen.
It's just a very small piece.
Yeah.
So I
Well, and if you've never tried foundation paper piecing before, paper piecing a row of flying geese is easy, and it's a very good introduction to foundation paper piecing.
And knowing and doing it over paper probably gives you starts to give you the understanding of how you do the more complex designs.
Yeah.
If you're going to do a mariner's compass, something
Totally agree.
big. That was the very first foundation piecing I ever did.
Ah, you see.
And I loved that because there was a
Right.
purpose to it.
Yeah.
But
I always say it's about finding the project that motivates you to learn the method.
exactly,
You know?
exactly.
I've just learned to steek knitting.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
I've
Oh,
just
I can-
done a
yeah.
steeking workshop because, you know, I found the project that I wanted to do, and then I learned the technique. It scared me. Now it doesn't scare me.
Yeah, cutting into I know.
It was actually, I just felt the fear and I did it anyway.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just actually finishing a pair of socks off.
Oh, yummy.
Which I for many years, I hadn't realised that I'd never turned a heel on a sock
Oh.
because
wow. Bucket list.
my mother had always done it for
Oh,
me.
really? So you did everything else, but your mother did the turning of the
Yeah,
heel.
so it had been many years since I'd knitted any socks, and I
It's
thought,
not hard, is it?
And no,
It
it's
just
not.
sounds...
But it was interesting that I thought, gosh, I don't know how to do this. But, that was jolly good fun. So yeah, this is a lovely little project. It's not that time consuming. Very portable for whenever you're in the airport waiting. So the colours are, well, this is French
Classic.
General.
Can't beat it.
This is Moda French General fabric on the red. And as you've just mentioned, the other is Laundry Basket.
Yeah.
From Moda. So
Really
the quality
stunning.
of the fabrics does help, especially whenever you're working with those smaller pieces.
I was going to say, little things need to be exquisite, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah. And also, I think sewing notions, if they're really beautiful.
Oh yes, you can just set them
you
up.
just take pleasure in using them.
I have a wonderful little needle case, but it's a little box that I brought back from Japan. You can't see the split in it, and that's where I keep
Amazing.
my precious needles.
Yeah.
You know, so those little things
Small things of beauty.
they are. Well,
Now, the
good
final
things
thing that
come
we've
in
got-
small packages,
They
don't
really do, Yvonne,
They
and
do.
we're proof
All right,
of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You certainly are. Now then, the final thing that you've brought to us today is the Sashiko Hexagon Table Centre. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, we did have our early bird earlier on, which is pre-printed Sashiko, nice and simple, good way to start. This, you actually learn in this project how to draw your own grid, how to actually design your own scale, and then stitch it. Am I right?
Absolutely. There are two different designs around the outside edge of this sample. I did
What do you
bring
need?
the sample.
Oh, it's hanging up behind you.
Oh, it's too tall, isn't it?
I was going to say, I
It's too
don't have a lot
tall.
of chance of getting it down, but...
So there are two designs. Each of them is worked on a 1/2-inch grid. But having said that, if you use a 1/2-inch and understand how you then mark the pattern over the grid, you can change the size of the grid.
Of course,
And
of course.
instead of a 1/2-inch, it can become 1 inch, and you start to get a larger pattern. For simplicity, these are both worked on a 1/2-inch grid, and I have again used a Frixian pen. So 1/2-inch grid I've marked here in black, and then the circular design, which is what you're actually going to stitch, I've done in blue, so that you can see how it starts to form. And the interesting thing is you do not stitch this that way. You stitch the chains going, hang on, have I got a needle here? No, that would be too easy. You stitch the chains so they look like this, and this is what it looks like.
Diagonally, yeah.
And because you are only going across and you have a seam allowance, you can start each of these threads with a knot, because that will disappear into the seam allowance, and you will work across as you can see here, and you turn here and you are going back. So you are going to continue with that, that cable across there. Same is fairly much true of the second design.
I love that design. That is stunning, isn't it?
Wow, and this is the reverse side, so your eye isn't distracted with all the grid, etc. But if you were watching earlier, you will see that the Frixion pen does disappear.
It really does.
It really, really does.
Even when you don't want it to.
Absolutely. So look, this top line is done. Yeah. So if I just start doing that.
Oh, it's still like a magic trick, isn't it?
Isn't it? And you can.
That's lovely.
Yeah.
Really lovely.
And the skill, the little different thing on this is your part seam to actually put the 6 pieces around the central hexagon. These colours have been taken from the colours that are in the central hexagon. I've used different colours on the sample to what's here. I've got purple and orange here. I think I've got green and navy in the on the sample. All of these colours are in the fabric in the centre. So this is a partial seam. So you're going to match your first piece up along an edge and start in the middle and sew to here.
Okay.
Then turn
so
that
you leave
back.
half the seam unsewn.
Unsewn. Then you have the ability to sew this piece in place.
The whole length this time?
The whole length, including the border piece here that you've just added on. Then here you go, here's the next one, here's the next one, here's the next one. Then you just need to flip this back out of the way and do your final edge here. Then you'll have a piece that is too long. Just trim that off a little bit, fold that back.
And then you can sew your final side.
Yeah, then you are sewing that. Okay? And that finishes that project.
It's actually partial seam construction. It's easy when you do it, isn't it?
You just need to know where to start.
Exactly.
And you only have to do it once. It's not a wise seam. It's not difficult like that. But just creating the full length, and then it's easy. And again, we have a diagram in there to show you how to do
your
that.
instructions are always so clear, so precise. Loads and loads of different projects today. It's so hard to choose, isn't it? We've got Yvonne's beautiful block of the month 3 that's launched today. Keep going through for that. We've got the Strawberry Thief. The Home Spark It instructions are still available. Those beautiful needle cases. And that gorgeous Sashiko table centre. So much to choose from. Now, Yvonne, tell me, when are you back? When's month 4?
I believe the 25th of May. So it's the last Wednesday of the month.
Perfect. Dates in your diary. Don't miss it. Yvonne, it's been an absolute joy to meet you at last.
It's been fun, hasn't it?
Really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. Great demos.
Expert on picking.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll consider myself family from now on.
Absolutely.
Very good. Thanks, Yvonne. Coming up, we've got Cara back with a reversible bag from Debbie Shaw. Beautiful, some great bundles of fabric. So grab a quick break and I'll see you back here in a few.
Hello, my name is Mark Francis and I'm a guest designer right here on Sewing Street. You may have seen me before. I don't know whether anybody has maybe tuned into the Great British Sewing Bee, but I was there for Series 6 reaching the quarterfinals. I'm now here on Sewing Street on your screens bringing you my very favourite sewing patterns for men, women and children for dressmaking and tailoring. So you can fill your stash and your collection with my very favourite fabrics and sewing patterns, including my very own range right here, exclusive to Sewing Street. Something you may not know about me. Now let's have a think. A lot of this has been covered on the Sewing Bee, but I am a Blue Peter badge winner. I know. I haven't worn it in a while. Slightly too old to get into Warwick Castle these days wearing it. But you never, do I pass for 16? I don't know. Possibly not anymore. And I'm also, hence the piano, a pianist I've been playing since the age of 7, when my school teacher at the time taught me, a little under duress from my mother because he thought I would be terrible. Turned out I wasn't. But there we go. Such is life. You never know until you give it a go. Have I just invented a new catchphrase? I don't know. You never know until you give it a go. Caption across the screen, please. Thank you very much. So do join me, popping up on your screens here on Sewing Street, to bring you my very favourite sewing patterns and fabrics from across the range, including my very own range of sewing patterns from Sew Mark Francis, including this very Turlo shirt. More to come on a regular basis, so do keep tuned for that.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hello, hello. I've got my gorgeous reversible bag. It's from Debbie Shaw and demonstrated today by our wonderful Cara Ackerman. Woohoo! Hey, I'm loving it. Bit of panache there. Love it. Now, this bag is just a super all-rounder, fully reversible. We've got some gorgeous combos. There's no extra elements that you need to add in, no metalware, no hard to find things. Yeah, you've got your bundle, you've got your pattern, and basically add in some thread and a bit of something inside and you're away. Let's start with this bundle, which is a gorgeous combination of Lewis and Irene quilt weight cotton and PU. Now you're getting your full pattern from Debbie Shaw as well. It's for the reversible bag. Not available on its own. Absolutely fantastic bag, really good size. This could be your go everywhere bag, I think. And you could also, you know, add embellishments, all sorts of things. You're getting your Lewis and Irene fabric. So this is going to form the base of the bag and the band and the straps, the handles, and then you kind of reverse it on the other side. So you get a 1/2 metre of that, and then you get this gorgeous PU. It's a wonderful kind of Dijon mustard shade. It's really rich, really rich. If you've never sewn with PU fabric before, you do not need to use a leather needle. You do not need to use a non-stick foot either. It's really easy to sew. You can sew it with a walking foot. Use a walking foot, Cara. Yeah.
Quite often I'll have my walking foot on and I'll
use it anyway.
Yeah.
But a regular foot you could use.
Yes,
Your mic's
definitely.
not on, my love.
All right, no problem.
Okay. But do you know, Cara said some amazing things then.
Oh yes.
But you use your walking foot a lot. I know that you use your walking foot a lot.
I do. Ever since I got it, yeah.
Why for sound?
I know, there you go. You
That's
could have
the great
carried
Cliff
on and I wouldn't have
Richard
known
said.
anything different.
Bless you. Next time. We need to hear you, Cara. We need to hear you. Goodness me, what are we
You
thinking?
can switch me off.
Stop it, never. So that's that version. That's the one that we've actually got here. I'm just going to flip it through so you can see. And it is fully reversible. So depending on your mood, depending on where you're going, or you know, if you get a little, little splash or something on the one side, we can launder the bag though, can we? What do we do with PU? Do we spot clean, wipe clean?
I would think so, yes.
So I might be inclined to eau-de coat the cotton side just to make it a little bit more stain repellent. But that's our flipped side. So again, you've got that PU at the top, you've got the handles consistent throughout, and then the bottom of the bag in that gorgeous Lewis and Irene print. Love that version. So that's one bundle. Now we've two other PU versions. Let me start with this one. This has got very cute foxes on. So you've got your PU, which is like an elephant grey. Again, you get 1/2 metre of that. And this is extra wide, so I suspect you're going to have some leftovers.
Yes, you have enough for one side of the bag. If you wanted to change the actual top part of the bag, right, you would have enough for two halves.
I like it. Or you could make like sort of matching purse or something like that to go in your bag. Very nice. And then you get 1/2 metre of this super cute fabric. It's got foxes on it. Look at that! Fox on the run. Burr, 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 burr. Any more than that and we have to pay a royalty apparently. To me, obviously,
I
not the original.
It.
You and I have worked together too many times, Cara.
Sorry.
I love it. No, you're right. Normally Hannah, producer Hannah, says it's fine, you can sing as much as you like, no one can recognise the song. Okay, you also get, of course, Debbie Shaw's reversible sewing bag pattern included. Amazing value, because let's not forget that the pattern on its own, £9.99. The whole bundle, £19.99. I mean, that's superb. Absolutely superb. The last PU bundle that we've got, this is so gorgeous. This is going to look so classy.
I love
made up.
The patterned fabric.
Oh,
absolutely gorgeous with the contrast with the plain PU.
I know, really gorgeous. So there's your fabric. Got a wonderful kind of little bit medievally almost sort of, little bit William Morris, little bit Liberty. Absolutely stunning, block printed. Yeah, looks stunning, doesn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. And then you've got that grey PU that goes with. And what it picks out very, very nicely, if I just hold this here, there is that same elephant grey in the actual print itself. So that is just going to make a beautiful, classy combination. Plus your pattern, all for just £19.99. Brilliant price, that. Brilliant price. Now we've got 2 bundles that both feature a sort of more of a tapestry weight fabric. I love these. I love these. Let me show you this. This fabric is stunning. I was just looking at the reverse because I always like the reverse of these fabrics too. So that is stunning, isn't it? Absolutely stunning. Extra wide again, so be careful with your cutting, just saying. Not because you won't have enough fabric, but because you might have enough fabric to make something else as well. Always love looking at the reverse as well. Yeah. Stunning. Let me just fold it over so you can see both together. I often, when I'm using a tapestry like this, I use both sides. Yes. And I'll contrast. So even maybe think about doing 2-sided bag using right side, wrong side.
Yes.
Could do that. But then you're also getting some quilt weight cotton to do your reverse side. So this is a powder blue, picks out the blues in the fabric really well. That's a bit of thread. Apologies for that. If I start, I'll never stop. So that's that one, plus pattern of course, for £18.99. That's phenomenal value. Sorry, I went really high then, didn't I? If your dog's currently barking at the screen, that was me, sorry. Loving you. I can't do the high bit. Finally are our stars. Absolutely gorgeous again. I'm going to hold this out so you can see the fabric. That is really beautiful, isn't it? A whole galaxy of multicoloured stars on that good, gorgeous, warm tan background. But then look at the reverse. Hello, lovely. That is stunning. And then to contrast with that, for your alternate side, you've got this wonderful, deep, sort of rusty orange quilt weight cotton to go with, plus your pattern, all for £18.99. Wow, tough choice to make. Tough choice to make. Inside your bag, you're going to need some H640.
You could do H640 because the PU's quite a heavy weight, and also the canvas is quite a heavy weight. I felt that the cotton needed a little bit more oomph to it, so I used H640. But actually, thinking about it, you could use a heavyweight interfacing, as long as you make the cotton a little bit heavier than it is currently.
For that side, fair enough, fair enough. We have a question from Jeanette. Hi Stuart, can you use the wrong side of tapestry fabrics for the right side? I absolutely would and do, yes.
Yes, definitely.
No reason why you shouldn't. Oh, I'm always looking at the wrong side of fabrics to see whether I can get the effect I want from that rather than always going to the right side.
Yeah, and I was just thinking when you were saying about that, I wonder if there would be a way, if you did a French seam or something like that, where you actually just used the...
A single side?
Yes.
Yeah, I see.
So, and you could reverse it, so you could turn it inside out. Maybe that the top section would need something, but down the seams, would you need, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Or bind the edges.
Yes.
Loads of options. Well, gorgeous, gorgeous bag. H640 is in the graphics if you want. It's a metre piece, plenty for this project, absolutely plenty. I think you'd get 2. Actually, you'd get 2 out of a metre. You may have some at home too. You could use a medium weight interfacing if you prefer. You won't get quite that same padded feel, but whatever you want to get, whatever effect you want. Now, Cara, nice easy bag this, isn't it?
Oh my gosh, I love this. I actually treated myself to some of the Jubilee, the Platinum Jubilee Lewis and Irene fabric from my sister who lives in America, and I made her one of these bags, and it was just so nice to do.
Beautiful.
So good for beginners. You know, it's not scary at all, and hopefully I'll take you through different elements. So,
awesome. Love that.
Yeah,
Love
and I've got my bowl.
Good. With breakfast, did you have breakfast in that already?
No, it's too big. This is usually like a soup bowl or something like
Sure.
that, but it was the right shape and size, so I'll explain all. Lovely lot of photographs here, which is really nice. So, you know, let's get
started. And we don't need sort of a paper pattern for this, do we?
No,
we're going
it's
to use
just,
dimensions.
Yeah, all the information about the cutting sizes are all here. The thing is, you can make the handles out of either fabric. On both of these, I actually used the quilting weight because I felt that the PU, you wouldn't get such a sharp line for making the handles. But you can add, if I know on the website, you've got the straps.
Yeah, you could
separately.
use webbing, couldn't you?
Yeah,
definitely.
So it's got all the information about the fabric that you're cutting out, and then it takes you through the different stages. So what we're going to do is actually start with the pleats on the front of the bag. So if I just grab this.
So if I take these out of the way for you.
Yeah. So this is the pleats here that are used, and that just gives the shape, and then you've got the curve at the bottom, and this is where you're going to use the bowl to help you with the curve.
Good, just to explain the bowl's presence. Glad you cleared that up.
So I'll take one of this one I've actually cut around the edge. I've added the H640 on the back, and we're going to just measure. So it's 3 inches from either side. So just take friction pen. Don't do like I did just now and just pressed it and got rid of my mark.
Okay. We are getting friction pens back in stock, by the way. We all use them, so they come and they go.
I know, what did we do before?
Well, you could always substitute something like a chalk pencil or even pencil for this, as long as you keep your lines within the seam allowance. We've got some great hemline gold. If we've still got the hemline gold marking pencils, there's a silver and a white, which I think are great, and they also work really well on PU.
Yes, which is nice. And the other thing is you could just make a little snip.
Yep.
So just make a little snip. So you want your fold, and it's just to match this. So if you look at those, you can see that you've got a just over an inch either end. So your pleat will be less than half an inch, because if you take well, it's 1/4 of an inch, isn't it? It's 1/4 of an inch pleat. So that makes 1.5 inches. So we just pop a pin there, and you're just going to roughly fold it until you're happy with the amount of fabric that you've used. So we'll just...
And am I right that the pleats both have to go like in opposite directions?
Yes. Yeah. So that's going...
Because that would be my first error that I know I would make. I put them both in one direction.
The same direction.
Yeah.
So it is about 1/4 of an inch, because you want 1/2 inch of extra fabric folded there and 1/2 inch there. So the actual pleat is about 1/4 of an inch.
Just adds a bit of extra shape to the bag as well, doesn't it? Stops it being completely flat.
Yeah. So once you've pinned that, you want to just lay your fabric, and you can see I've got a little bit of extra fabric on one side. So I'm going to just fold that in just slightly. So my fold is actually going onto the mark. So you're going to have your pleat about 3 inches away from the edge of the bag.
Got you.
And you'll do this for both sides and also for the lining, or the alternative fabric.
We're just going to put the graphics in for the hemline gold pencils. We do only have 7 of them left, but you get 2. You get a silver and a white pencil. They're really super. I really recommend these. And also all the packaging is eco-friendly. Everything's recyclable. There's no plastics either. Just lovely. And hemline products are great.
So once you're happy with the position of those pleats, I'm just going to turn the pin round, and I'm folded it so that the pleat has got an equal amount of fabric and is parallel to the side of the bag. So I'm just going to, because you're going to be stitching down a couple of inches.
Oh, so you actually stitch down the pleat to hold it.
Yeah.
Cool. And obviously if you're using something like PU, don't iron these pleats, don't melt everything, and in fact don't pin if you're using PU.
No,
what would you use instead?
Clips.
Right.
I've got some, I couldn't find the ones here, so I've got some in my handy little tool. So on the PU, you can use the clips.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Now these, I think, what did I do without
Oh
these?
gosh, definitely.
Seriously,
Definitely.
what did I used to use? And I'm sure I used to use pegs,
I
clothes
was just going to say clothes pegs, yeah, or the crocodile clips,
Yeah.
the little crocodile
bulldog clips,
yeah.
things like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, it made it so much easier for now. We have Clover Wonder clips. When we have them in stock, of course. Have we got them in stock now? No, we haven't. Jolly good. That's why they're there. Have we got the small pack? No, we haven't got that either. Excellent. I'm so glad to have things we haven't got on the counter. Helps. Good. So we end up doing these for the inside of the bag and the outside of the bag, both sides.
Yeah, exactly the same. So I've actually only done one of them to machine now. I've prepared the others because it's exactly the same for all of them. So I'm just going to take my pin out and I'm going to make the stitch a little bit longer. I think I'll go up to a 3. And then I've chosen a thread that matches both the inside and the outside. Whoops. There we go. And then I've made a mark 2 inches down, so I know that that's where I want to finish stitching.
Oh, cool. So it's consistent and nice and neat. Yeah, it looks really smart. And I love the combination of the canvas with that pale blue. Can I just show you? This is Cara's partial, but I love that blue along the top there. It really sort of brings the blue out of the canvas or the tapestry. Isn't that lush? And it's got those lovely little smart pleats as well that are all stitched down. Really is lovely. Very, very nice. That canvas option, that tapestry option rather, is on screen right now. Really stunning.
So just machine a couple of inches, and as I say, with the longer stitch, it's really nice, you know, because it's a feature.
Yeah, it's top stitching, isn't it? It looks great.
Yeah. And then just press that now, just very, very lightly, to get rid of the friction pen marks and also just to finish that stitching off. So there you go.
Great.
Okay, so you do that for all of them, and then your next stage will be to add the top part. So again, you just want to pop a couple of pins or pop a couple of clips.
Yeah. You've got
just
a few
hold
clips
that,
there, haven't you?
Yeah, thank you. Just hold that in position. So hopefully if you spent a bit of time with the pleats, that will match at the edge, but don't worry too much, you can always trim it down as long as it's trying to be consistent between all of the different elements. So there's 4 elements altogether. You've got the 2 outers, I would call them outers, and then the 2 lining pieces, but because it's reversible, it's not really an outer.
And I noticed as well on the tapestry, you haven't rounded the bottom, so we'll see how you do that.
Yeah.
Awesome. We're just discussing. Well, I'm not saying anything, but I'm listening in. Our producer and director are both talking about, we'll watch the sewing bee tonight, and then we can have a little debrief tomorrow about what happened and what. That's my favourite bit about the sewing bee. I'm straight online and I'm ringing friends and texting to say, what did you think of, and what about that, and did the right person go? I mean, someone always goes on the very first episode, don't they? On my series, on the first series, 2 people were going on the first episode, and I fully expected to go home on the first episode.
Oh, why?
Yeah, well, because I didn't dressmake. It was, when I applied for the show, it was going to be home decor, soft furnishings, quilting, you know, and then it got changed right at the last minute.
Gosh,
so
isn't
I
that
thought,
funny how it's evolved and how it's developed?
It really has.
Yes.
But I didn't mind going home the first day, you know, or the first show, when it was 2 people going home. But then one of our cast members got sick and had to leave, so then only one person was actually getting sent home. And I thought, I do not want it to be me going home on my own. So I was bottling it, thinking, oh no, I've got to pull out all the stops.
Do you remember your first project? What was your first project?
Well, the very first thing I had to make was an A-line skirt.
Okay, have you ever made a skirt?
Well, this was the funniest thing, because while I was there sort of getting bits and pieces, I was there with both judges and Claudia Winkleman. And Claudia said to me, have you ever made an A-line skirt before, Stuart? And I said, I've never made a skirt before, Claudia, A-line or otherwise. And, you know, she laughed. Patrick actually cracked his face and laughed as well, which was quite funny, because he was being all very stiff and stern, you know, I'm a judge and all that first season. But anyway, they liked that bit so much, they ended up using it as the advert.
Oh, gosh.
So, I mean, and we hadn't seen any of it. So like about 4 or 5 days before the series started, we were just watching TV one night and it was like, oh my goodness me, here we go.
And did you have to keep it a secret?
Oh, completely.
Isn't that funny?
For months.
That must have been really hard.
It was hard.
Yeah.
It was hard because we filmed in the October of the 1 year, and then it was televised the following April.
Gosh.
So it was absolutely awful trying to keep it a secret all that long. And I did manage to keep it a secret. You know, I mean, Charlie knew, of course. They filmed Charlie.
Yes.
But yeah, my parents knew.
Yeah.
My parents knew. But that was literally it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just a wonderful experience.
Fantastic experience.
It was wonderful to be part of it.
Yes. Right at the beginning as well.
And right at the start as well. And you see, of course, now I wouldn't apply for it because it's a dressmaking competition.
Yes.
So whatever, you know, had gone on since, I wouldn't apply for it now.
No.
But I'm glad people do.
Yeah. As I say, we're going to be really interested to see all the different characters and everything, which is lovely. Okay, so what I've done is I've machined the band at the top. And what you could do, you were saying about doing it, you could, if you wanted to, have it alternate. So, you know, use the back of the fabric if you wanted. I've also just trimmed the H640 just so that it lies a little bit flatter. And I've pressed the seam upwards because at this stage you want to actually just top stitch to hold that seam together and just finish that off.
Gotcha. Which side are you sewing on?
I'm sewing on the right side with the top stitching.
Yep.
So I'm going to just make the stitch a little bit longer.
And then are you sewing on the top band
the
bit?
top part, yes.
Cool.
Yes.
A question here. If you're using the PU version, which needle would you use? Never sewn with it before. Really good question.
I use my normal needle. I didn't have any problems whatsoever with it. It's a lovely fabric. It is just a little bit heavier. If you look at the back of the PU, it's like a woven fabric on the back.
It is. I'll just, absolutely. No need to use a different needle at all. Use your regular, you know, it could be a sharp, it could be a universal, could use a quilting needle. I often use quilting needles for...
Yeah.
I'd use a fresh needle.
Yes.
I'd certainly use a fresh needle. You know, if you're making a project like a bag, fresh needle every time. If you're making a quilt, then try and keep track of the hours that you're sewing and change your needle every 8 hours of sewing time. If you're doing foundation paper piecing, then change your needle every 6 hours. Same with machine quilting. Change your needle every 6 hours because going through all those layers will wear your needle out faster.
Definitely. I know when I've been doing toy making as well, when you go through fleece and fur fabric, you know, your needle will lose its sharpness.
It will.
Okay, so that's the two done there, like that. And what I wanted to show you was why I use a bowl.
Oh, yes.
So if I could have the bowl over.
Yes. First, eat your soup. Second, wash it up.
You've got different plates and different saucers and things like that, and I think everybody, it depends on the curve that you want. I wanted quite a smooth curve. I found a side plate wasn't curved enough. It just gave a little bit of a curve. So, and then a saucer gave too much of a curve.
Understood.
I don't know, what do you use for your curved ones?
Well, thank goodness I do a lot of my designing and making in the kitchen, because without bowls, plates, and I'd be lost.
Yeah, completely.
So, I just, to be honest with you, so many of my designs start with the plate or the bowl.
Really?
Yeah, you know, have you seen the reversible beach sling bag? It's like circular base. And yeah, that I actually started with the dinner plate.
Yes, that was your inspiration.
Well, it was like, if I start from here and then all the other measurements came from that.
Yes.
Because I thought I'm not doing the other measurements and then trying to find something that's the right circle.
Yes.
That would be mad.
Yeah.
So yeah, egg cups.
Yes.
I've got these lovely little Chinese blue and white dishes.
Yes.
Some really tiny ones, and some a bit bigger and some a bit bigger for sauces and dips and things.
Yes.
And I love them on the table, but I use them so much for my sewing.
I know, jam jars and jam jar lids I use. So just to save time, what you can do is just match up the raw edges of both pieces and just use one of them to...
Well, then you know they match.
Yeah.
Talking of jam jars, I made lemon curd last week.
Ooh. And?
Yeah.
Was
Oh,
it lovely?
yummy. Oh, yeah. Really good. Really good. Well, I was making a roulade, a meringue roulade, that was then filled with fresh whipped double cream, homemade lemon curd, and crushed raspberries, and then rolled up.
Ooh.
It was light. It was light. It was delicious.
Was it healthy?
Well, I mean, lemons are a fruit, raspberries, fruit. Egg whites are very light, aren't they? Fat-free.
So the only thing was sugar and cream.
The sugar and the cream.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm walking. It's all about balance.
It is. And enjoying, you know, I think, you know, you've still got to enjoy sort of your food.
I have pudding once a week.
Yeah.
Did dinner for my parents-in-law the other night. We had apple crumble. You know?
Yeah.
That's fine, once a week.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm so virtuous, honestly.
Right, so your handles are really, really straightforward. You cut, for the handles is 4 by 18 inches. You fold in half and then you fold the centres in, so like a bias tape. Then you fold that in half again. Now, if you want stiffer handles, you can actually put interfacing on there. But actually you've got 4 layers. So I found that actually for the bag, the sample that I did, it was comfortable.
Very much.
If you want it to be, you could add, you know, some, or even just one strip of H640.
Yeah.
You know, so you could add
for a little
that.
soft padding.
Yeah, in the centre.
Feels really comfy in my hands, 4 layers of fabric. Feels good.
And it should be strong enough, so.
Definitely.
So
while you sew that, I'm just going to answer a quick question.
Yeah.
Nicola's got in touch to say, is it possible to join pieces of H640 in the same way you can join wadding? Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. Depending on how you join your wadding. Now, most of the time, if I'm joining wadding, what I'll do is use batting joining tape. So June Taylor it's like very thin, well, it's probably about, I don't know, an inch and a half inch wide, very soft. It's almost like fine, lightweight Vilene, the fusible on one side, and you lay that over, so you butt the joins up, lay that over the top, and then iron, and it joins the layers together, and you do that on both sides. You can whip stitch, you know, hand stitch or feather stitch the layers together. So again, cut the line, you know, both pieces so they butt up really neatly, don't overlap them, and then you can just do a kind of a joining stitch across the two by hand. I would say the least successful way, but you can do it, you know, if you want, is to do a zigzag on the machine, a wide zigzag that catches both edges, but that will cause a little valley in the batting, which may show in the finished project, but you can absolutely join them.
Yeah, the way, because I used to do it with the zigzag, and I was the same, you got sort of like a valley, but on my machine there is a zigzag that does stitches, you know, that it does sort of like 3 stitches, and that is perfect, absolutely perfect. So butt it up, and if you've got that stitch on your machine, that works really, really well because it keeps it nice and flat.
Fab, great.
Especially if you're doing a great big project, you know.
Yeah, for sure, you know, and often when we make a big quilt, there's a sort of, you know, 8-inch strip all down one side that we end up trimming down because our quilt isn't the same size as our batting. And like, don't throw them away, join them, use them. Great in bags, actually. If you've got quilt batting, ordinary quilt batting inside this bag would be absolutely fine. It would be lovely.
Yep.
So you've top stitched both of your handles.
Both of the handles, so they're done. So they're ready to go actually on. So it doesn't really matter which one you attach them to because they're going to be between the fabrics.
Debbie adds an option of doing a bit of applique as well, doesn't she?
Yes. If you've got a fabric that has where you could fussy cut something, so maybe, you know, like on the lavender, oh gosh, a lavender bag. Can you imagine a lavender bag in this?
Gorgeous.
Oh, it'd be absolutely beautiful.
That would be beautiful.
And you take the butterfly or something like that. It'd be really, really nice. You could do that.
That mega bundle that we had in the 9 a.m. show, do we have any left? Yeah. That would be beautiful. Yeah, absolutely. Buy one of the bundles, but then some fabric. You could make a lavender version. That would be beautiful. $139.99. It was a huge 9.5 meters of fabric. You've got 2 panels as well. Absolutely stunning. The other thing as well is if you're thinking, well, okay, like the star fabric, there isn't a motif. I'm certainly not fussy cutting a star. But what about cutting something like a heart or a big star or a couple of them out of that fabric? So, bond a web on the back, cut out the shape, applique them on the front. That would look really lovely. You could do a simple flower or something like that. A couple of buttons sewn in the centre. Just adds a bit of fun, doesn't it?
It does, it does.
Switch
so you
up
can
the
play
look.
around with it.
Yeah.
Right, so the handles, I put my seams on the inside and the fold on the outside, and I'm matching the fold up with the pleat there, and the same on the other side. Try and make sure that your handle doesn't twist. That's the secret. If you want to make the handle longer, you can do.
Okay.
You know, so it's entirely up to you. But this
because
is a lovely size.
I'll be honest, that was a tiny little bit snug on me. I would perhaps want it 1 inch lower, just 1 inch. But you've got enough fabric to do that.
You have. Right, so I'm leaving the stitch length on 3, and I'm just going to baste this in position. So just to hold them and just baste them within the seam line. Oops. So you do that with all 4. And as I say, you can see that this bag's coming together so quickly.
Oh, it really is. This is like making an afternoon.
It is, definitely, definitely.
The original version that I showed you at the top of the show, very, very popular, this bundle. This is using the sort of Dijon mustard coloured PU and the Lewis and Irene fabric. Really stunning version. If you didn't want to have it reversible, you know, you could use a different fabric for the lining, get 2 bags out of your bundle, and then actually you could add a magnetic fastener here at the top or a zip and have it as a, you know, a single-sided bag, but then you could actually get 2 out of your bundle if you had your own lining. That bundle, very, very popular. The other bundle that's been extremely popular is the Country Floral with that sort of elephant grey PU. Again, $19.99, amazing value. You get your multi-use instructions, of course. You'll make this bag many, many times. And yeah, like I say, if you added your own lining fabric to this, I mean, I would still use the fabric for this top band inside. I would definitely still use either PU or the printed fabric from your bundle. But then the lower part of the bag that's going to form the lining inside the bag, you could use Osnaburg, you could use a plain printed cotton, create that, and then make 2 bags out of your bundle. Sorry.
Thank you.
I didn't want to.
No, I didn't want to stretch in front of you.
Just grab it.
So you take one of the lining pieces, one of the outer pieces, and you place the 2 together. You've got your handles sandwiched in between, and then you're going to machine across that to hold it in position.
Oh, okay.
And then you'll open it up and then put right sides to right sides and machine all the way round and leave a gap for turning.
Yep. And
So
which fabric would you leave the gap in?
it's entirely up to you. Logically, I would leave the plain fabric and do that, but that would be if it was a lining inside the bag. But a pattern fabric, the stitches don't show if you're going to hand stitch it, because I would recommend hand stitching it.
Yeah, you want it to look really neat, don't you? I mean, I usually machine over the opening in the lining, but I wouldn't for this.
Yeah.
No, and so if I just show you on this bag, so the outer, the PU, that's been machined, that's been fully machined on that one, just so that on the PU, I think it would be much, much harder.
Yes.
I certainly wouldn't try hand stitching that. But then if I just turn this through, am I allowed to show the inside?
Yeah,
the
you
other
can
side?
and show where I've stitched if you can find it.
Hey, that's fighting talk.
Oh,
You
I bet
find
you will.
it.
I bet you will.
I feel very lucky I get to do lots of shows with you, Cara.
I know.
I don't expect you to feel the same way, but I feel lucky to be on with you.
Aww. Well, we're getting used to each other, aren't we?
I love it. I love it.
Have you found it?
Right, no, I haven't. No, I haven't. Is it in the bottom or in the side?
I can't remember. I think it's the bottom.
Well, I can't find it at all. Well, I'm going to say it's in the bottom.
It's ladder stitch.
I defy you to find the... Brilliant. Okay, fab. So take your time, do a good job on that so that it is properly reversible.
The only thing that I would say is obviously with the canvas, it does fray.
Yes.
So that's the only thing that I would say is...
overlock the pieces before you start, maybe?
You definitely could.
Yeah.
You definitely could if you've got an overlocker.
So that method, so I wasn't expecting that. No, usually when I do a bag, I'll make the lining one way, the outer fully, drop it in, so round the top.
Yeah.
But this is, I suppose, a bit like a zippy bag construction. Yeah. And then you're going to open it up and sew all the way around the outside. Yeah. That is a gorgeous fabric combination, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Really love that. Really love that. There's one side of the bag. There's the other side of the bag. And again, you could maybe think about adding a little bit, maybe in the centre, a bit of embellishment or down one corner would be really nice. You could even, I'll tell you what might look really nice on this, would be to add some corners. You know how you get on really expensive luggage where it has like the leather corners?
You could, out of the PU, you could do that, couldn't you?
Well, even out the canvas, all you've got to do, you do an outer and a lining fabric, sew the curve, clip it, turn it through and press, so you've got a turned edge, and then lay it over the top and top stitch into place.
Yes.
We'll have to do a mashup bag next time.
A Debbie mashup.
Yeah.
Right, let's press. So I've just joined those together. So I'm just going to press. Ooh, nearly grabbed the iron the wrong side.
Ooh.
So, and this is where if you know you need to trim a little bit of extra fabric off, you can do. I think my side's quite straight.
Today is a good day.
For them to be straight. It's like my points.
Oh, I still feel like that every time I do a bit of sewing. If everything matches up and it all turns around the right way, I think
you feel all right, don't you? Yes, a very good day.
Ah.
So, what we'll do now this is the important part. I would normally trim that, in fact. How are we doing time-wise?
Doing good, we've got 10 minutes.
Okay, I won't trim the H640, but I would normally trim the H640 just to reduce the bulk. Same on the other side. Just where the handles are. If you want to secure the handles a little bit more, you can actually do extra stitching. So
go back and forth a couple of times.
Yes, to make it stronger. So now what I'm going to do is actually, and I will open that seam. 2. There we go. So match the top seam, and you can either pin or clip, and then you want to match the seam there. And don't worry too much. It's like doing the curve. You might, when you drew the curve, although you were cutting them together, it was opposite sides. So don't worry too much if it doesn't match exactly.
Sure.
I did that one. Yeah, that's not too bad. Pop a couple of pins just to hold them together whilst you're stitching.
It's a really versatile bag pattern, this, isn't it?
It is, it's lovely. So I'm actually going to leave my gap in the lining fabric. So I'm just pinning, just popping a couple of pins in at the seams and on the curves. The rest should match the straight lines, straight sides.
Awesome. While you just get that pinned, shall I do a quick roundup
You
of
certainly can.
the bundles we've got? So, very, very popular are 2 of our PU bundles. So we'll start with the yellow. So that's your Dijon mustard PU mixed with Lewis and Irene quilt weight cotton. Got some lovely gold elements printed in that fabric as well. It's absolutely delicious. I would take a little bit of time when you cut that just to centre motifs down the centre of the bag. Just focus on that area, the rest will fall into place. Plus your pattern, $19.99. Now also really, really popular is the woodland floral. Gorgeous, country floral even. Gorgeous sort of William Morris Liberty-esque quilt weight cotton, and then that gorgeous elephant grey PU plus your pattern. Again, $19.99. Now one more PU bundle that we've got, that's your elephant grey PU, which is extra wide. You're also getting wildwood foxes. Super cute, these. Look at that. Great, lovely bit of fun. And it's nice with a bag to have sort of playful elements on a bag. It might be that you use the PU outer more often and sort of keep the fun lining, but you've got that little detail around the top and the handles. That is $19.99 too. And then we've got 2 tapestry versions. Now the one that Cara's using, okay, is this beautiful, almost like clamshell design. Lovely variety of colours. It's called Carnival. It's a great name, isn't it? And then that's mixed with this beautiful powder blue quilt weight cotton. All right. Again, that price, $18.99, £1 cheaper on that one. And then finally, the final option we've got is that Galaxy of Stars tapestry. And that is mixed with paprika, solid, quilt weight cotton plus your pattern, again for just $18.99. How are you getting on sewing up that bag, Cara?
Fine. This is where the walking foot comes in, because you
really
have
useful.
got quite a few layers where the seams are of the canvas and the 8640. So, but this is your last lot of machine stitching, hopefully.
Now we do have a Debbie Shaw book available on the show. Have a look on the website with loads of her books. This is called Occasion Bags, and it's part of her Build a Bag book and template set that she did for Search Press. There are various, there's messenger bags, like satchels, a version. There's a backpack and rucksack version. This is the Occasion Bags. Brilliant concept. You've got templates in the front, which are reusable templates, and then you've got loads of different projects that all draw on those templates. Now the reversible bag pattern is not in this book, it's not in any of Debbie's books, but it's a lovely extra book. I mean, just loads of beautiful patterns in there for occasion bags. And the price is amazing, isn't it? $11.99. Keep going through for that. Everyone loves a bag. I certainly do. A bag is great, isn't it, when you just want a quick fix, an afternoon or a weekend of sewing. You've just seen a new range of fabric. You're going to buy a couple of half meters. It's all you need, and you can make yourself a gorgeous bag. You don't have to think, what am I going to do with another quilt? You can always use another bag.
And I think what's lovely is that you can, if you're struggling to get a bag to match an outfit, it's wonderful to be able to, you know, really match an outfit.
That's so true.
You know, it's like when people go looking for shoes. If you could make shoes, that would be completely different. But a bag is, and I love that Debbie Shaw bag. I've made a couple of bags from that one, and they're really, really nice. They're really sort of special occasion bags. You know, for a wedding or
exactly.
Special.
Just thinking about shoes, you can get shoes dyed to match an outfit, can't you? But it is hideously expensive. I mean, just eye-watering.
Right, I'm going to leave quite a big gap because it's much easier.
What about 6-8 inches?
4 or 5, okay, don't know. Okay, so I've machined all the way round. You would now trim, I don't know, with pinking shears or something around the curves.
Okay.
Have I got time? No. Yep. And then, then turn it through. And I would normally spend a bit of time and actually cut the excess H640.
Okay. But pinking shears are good for this, aren't they? Because it's a quick way to notch a curved seam. Definitely,
and it just helps it. You know, that was the thing with the PU. Obviously, you can't press it.
Right.
So, you know, it was, oh gosh, how am I going to make the curves nice? But it's very forgiving. And I've got, you know, I've got a unusual turning tool that's got a curved edge.
Right.
So that's really good for poking out the corners.
Our producer Kat's asked a question. I don't know if it's a rhetorical question because she's got a clever answer. Okay. Cara, do you know, how would you sharpen pinking shears?
We've had this debate before.
Go on.
And some people say on foil.
Tin foil?
Yeah. But I'm afraid I've never kept a pair of pinking shears long enough to.
Fair enough.
Quite often mine will go here, where the screws are and everything. So how would you do it?
I suppose the first thought that came to my mind was cutting through like a folded piece of foil.
Yes.
4 or 6 layers, snip, snip, snip. But I'm a bit like you really with scissors. With scissors and pinking shears, I like a sort of mid-range price.
Yes.
Like about £20, £25 for a pair of good scissors, but then I'm prepared after 2 or 3 years to replace them.
Yes.
You know, so I never pay so much that I think these have got to last me forever. And it might be that, you know, a £5 pair of scissors is your replaceable price.
Yes.
But yeah, I would probably replace rather than necessarily sharpen. A message from Jane. Hi Stuart, really enjoying today's programmes and you look so handsome in your waistcoat. Why, thank you. That's really kind, thank you. Really loving the PU bag. Thank you, Jane. Thank you. Yeah, the bags are gorgeous, aren't they? A message from Amanda as well. Good morning, lovelies. Good morning to you. I have made a similar bag before for a beach bag. I put an envelope pocket into the PU to add a little security for my mobile phone. What a brilliant idea.
Definitely.
It's a brilliant base, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a brilliant base. There's so many ways you could adapt. You could add little tabs and D-rings at the side and then have a shoulder strap with swivel clips on either end so that you could have it over your shoulder. And then it's completely reversible still, but you've got a long strap that you can wear, or even put a strap slider on so you can wear it across your body. You could add pockets. There's nothing wrong with having a pocket on the outside of a bag, is there? Yeah. Or you could even add another, like a slip pocket across the whole width, divided up. There's loads you could do.
I know, it is such a lovely, as you say, a base, and you could do so many different versions. So you turn it all the way through. You will hand stitch the opening together like that, and then you just poke the lining or one side into the bag.
Looks really good with the blue, doesn't it?
It does, it looks lovely.
I love that.
Pop that in there, and then this takes a little bit of time just to make sure that everything's in the right place. And then you will, yes, you'll press it where you can. I did actually with that, did use a cloth and a cool iron over the PU.
Yeah.
And for this particular part, because you do want to get that seam at the top. But there you go.
Oh, it's lovely. Be really nice made in cork as well.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Shall we compare me and you? Come my way a little bit. Come my way a little bit. Hello. Okay, lunch.
Yes. Where do you fancy?
Bit of shopping, shall we?
Yeah,
Fair
definitely.
enough. Let's do it. Ready? Oh, actually, I've got another hour, but that's okay because it's with Mark Smith and we're doing beautiful cross stitch. Cara, thank you so much for this morning.
My pleasure. It's been lovely. I've
been a really fun
enjoyed
morning.
it.
Thank
Really
you.
enjoyed it.
Me
But
too.
Lovely bag.
Me too. Have you got a date when you're back?
Yes, 11th of May.
Wonderful.
And I know what the projects are.
Oh, really? Tell me more.
No, I'm not telling
Oh, you're not going to tell me? Ooh, all right, then keep it secret.
It might change. I might sort of say, oh no, I can't do this one. It's not a quilt though. It's not a quilt.
Well, I look forward to seeing your next project. And do make another quilt.
Yeah. I will do.
Thank you, Cara.
All right, no problem.
Now, coming up in the next hour, we've all been massively excited about this. Mark Smith is a hugely popular jewellery designer and beading just extraordinaire over on Jewellery Maker, our sister channel. We finally managed to poach him. He's also an incredible cross stitcher and he is bringing this fabulous Jubilee cross stitch to Sewing Street. He's got loads of tips, tricks and expertise to share with us. So stick around and learn from Mark Smith, our brand new guest, after the break.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try, there's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hey folks, welcome back. It's great to have your company here on Sewing Street. We are joined today by a brand new guest. At last. Mark.
If you know what's going on behind the scenes the past 3 weeks.
I know. And the thing was, I saw that you were going to be on with John and also I think
and
with
then
Vix.
with John and then with Vix and yes. So,
and I kept on being jealous, you know, and thinking, well, I'd really like to be on with you. So blame me. It was my fault.
So
but
you
I
have
got
my debut. You have my debut.
There we
That's
are.
amazing. I've been wanting to get in here for so long.
Well, fill your boots, run around. Anything you want, just take it home. Don't do that. This is Mark Smith, who is an incredible jewellery designer, bead designer. You do a lot of cross stitch too, right?
I do lots of things. I don't have children, so that enables me to do all of these.
So tell us what you do. What's your thing?
So my background is horticulture. I'm a gardener by trade. And it was just over 10.5 years ago, I had quite a serious back injury and I was laid off work for a bit. And Jewellery Maker had only been on air for 6 months. It was quite a brand new fledgling channel. And as a lot of us viewers do, we sit at home in the morning, flicking through the channels. Jewellery Maker popped up on the screen, watched the first show, bought a kit, tuned in the next day, bought another kit, and it just escalated. And because Jewellery Maker, their USP are genuine gemstones, I think because of that hooked me in, and it wasn't using plastic beads or glass beads, it was genuine gemstones. So that sort of got me, you know, in the boys' toys thing, you know. And,
all right, enough advertising for the sister channel.
And then after about 6 months of watching, they had this little segment on a Sunday called the Sunday Sofa Challenge, where you'd email in your name, address, where you come from and what you like about Jewellery Maker, and then invite 2 people at random to go onto the show and just take part in a Sunday morning show. I put my name down, didn't think I'd actually get invited.
Okay.
Got onto the show, had the show. On the way home, I got an email saying, really impressed with how you come across on screen, we'll think you fit in really well with the team. Come back in 2 weeks' time for an audition, which I did. Came back, and I was doing the occasional show a month, and then 2 or 3 shows, and then started doing workshops, and then instructional DVDs. Yeah. And then 5 years ago, I made the decision to give up gardening and completely take Jewellery Maker under my wing. So I work full time for Jewellery Maker, and then obviously Sewing Street, and then Hobby Maker. So because jewellery making is my day job, I need something else for my downtime.
Right.
So we've got our garden at home, which is my absolute pride and joy. I love my garden. But during winter, I need something else to do in the evenings. So that's when cross stitch kicks in. So I've been cross stitching since I was 6 or 7 years old.
It's often the way you get in, isn't it? I did a lot of cross stitch when I was little. Lavender and lace patterns, big dresses, lots of stitches, but nothing in comparison to the kind of lots of stitches that you do. Now I follow Mark on social media, and I remember seeing one of your finishes that was 100,000 stitches.
I love doing big pieces, and what I do is I go onto Etsy and I buy the chart, and then you buy the separate threads and your Ada or linen, whatever fabric you use. But they are a labour of love. I mean, the one you're talking about was the Salvatore Mundi, which I finished, which took a year and a week.
This was the one.
This
Incredible.
was the one. This is it, which is the picture of Jesus, and it's my favourite painting in the entire world, and I love the whole story behind it, and the auction and all this sort of thing. It's just
we have
incredible.
Some pictures. So this is the one on the left of the screen. Yes.
Yeah. So the one on the left is the Salvatore Mundi, which is my latest that I've just finished. And then the one in the centre is Ophelia in the Woods.
That's a cross stitch.
That's a cross stitch.
Are you kidding me?
And then on the one on the right is a William Waterhouse painting called My Sweet Rose. So I like doing big statement pieces.
Yeah, you do.
And that was an ode to one of my favourite ladies. So that's Princess Diana, and that's up on my wall in my study. And
beautiful
she's my,
in monochrome.
My inspiration. Yeah, I love that piece. So,
absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, the one I'm working on at the moment, as I mentioned to you, is my biggest ever project. So I'll So I've been doing this now since Christmas, and this is 2.5 feet by 4 feet, and it's 250,000 cross stitches.
Wow.
There are 180 colours, 89 shades of brown. So it's very, very, very detailed.
You want to get yourself a couple of children.
So this is going to be a 2 or 3 year project. I can see that on the go. But most evenings I can do sort of a couple of postage stamps and just.
That's the thing, isn't it, with cross stitch? You know, it isn't quick, but still very, very achievable. Whatever your level.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
There are some projects which are much more achievable, much quicker, like our beautiful Jubilee. Piece that we did. Now you couldn't believe the price of this,
I had a price in my mind, and it wasn't.
What was the price in your mind? £45. So Mark's been doing cross stitch since you're a little lad.
Yeah.
We're a similar age, I think. I'm slightly older
than you.
No, I'm older than you. Didn't you just have your 50th?
Yeah.
I'm 52 next birthday. Okay. It's all makeup, Mark. It's all makeup. So, but we've both been cross-stitching a long time. I would have put this at about £40 too. No, actually, £16.99. You're getting your Ada, which is your background fabric. You're getting all of your threads. You're also getting all of your charts as well to create an absolute beautiful heirloom to keep forever. The Platinum Jubilee, 1952 to 2022, Elizabeth Regina. I mean, what an achievement, Mark.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. I'm a massive monarchist, so this was an absolute joy to receive something like this. And because it's a sampler that comes in individual segments, you don't have to treat it as a sampler. Okay. We were talking up in the office, you can cut your Ada into bookmarks, into badges, you can do the little plique as you were talking about and attach them to bags and clothing and all sorts of things, but treat it as a sampler. And you were talking about a chart earlier. I'll go through what the contents contain, but it's double-sided. So on one side you get the cross stitch, and on the reverse you get the cross stitch with all the back stitching lines and French knotting and everything. So again, that's another reason why that is ridiculous.
It's a great price, isn't it? A message from Jean. Mark is fabulous. I can't read, sorry, it's too far away. Mark is fabulous. I watched him from the start on Jewellery Maker. I've made hundreds of his macrame bracelets. Oh. Thank you. You've made my day today.
Bless you.
That's lovely.
Thank you.
You do macrame too?
I do lots of things. I do lots of.
I love macrame.
I dabble into lots of things.
Oh, we'll need to talk after the show. We love it. We love it. We love it. Well, we all love to dabble, don't we? And try different things. If you've never tried cross-stitch before, this is a fantastic place to start, right?
That's wonderful. It's wonderful.
£16.95.
And for cross-stitch, you don't need any sewing skills. You don't need quilting skills at all. If you can thread a needle, you can cross-stitch. Really, honestly.
And you work from a chart.
Absolutely, it's a fantastic chart. So I'll talk you through what you get in the kit and lots of little things that I do and things I use to start and other tools and tricks that I do.
Yeah, you've got some great tips for cross stitch, haven't you? A message from Nikki. Hi, Mark is fantastic. Love this kit. You are, it's fair to say, Mark is incredibly well loved over on Jewellery Maker. Has got a huge fan base. I'm making you blush. But we've been so excited about getting you over here, Mark.
I've been wanting to come. I daren't start another.
You do need to start another kit. You do.
I was watching Lovely Vix the other day, and she had these amazing sewing machines, and I thought, no, you must sit on your hands.
Come to us.
I've bought so many meters of fabric.
We'll get you in the end,
that are just in my little hobby cupboard, just waiting.
If you are watching us from Jewellery Maker, by the way, welcome. It's great to have you here. It's the same number that you call. Sorry, I beg your pardon. A different number for Sewing Street. Same call centre that you're used to. You can message in exactly the same way too. So do get in touch. What's your favourite Mark Smith project that you've ever made? Send pictures too, please.
And to the point where 3 years ago I actually went to the Czech Republic and we actually designed my very own Mark Smith beads, which are still exclusive to us on JM. You can't buy them anywhere else in the world.
Czech Republic, the centre of the world for seed beads,
Crystal Valley, it's amazing.
Gorgeous. Yeah. A message from Marjorie. Got my Jubilee kit. Mark is inspiring. What fabric do you work on? Ada.
So I've always worked on 14 count Ada. When I did the Salvatore Mundi, I went to 16 black.
I've done one cross stitch on black, never again.
No. And then this is 18 count, so I'm going smaller. So this is 18 count, and that's on an ivory. So I couldn't do it on 14 count because
No.
it would be.
So you don't ever work on linen?
I've never worked on linen.
Me neither.
Never worked on linen.
No.
I love Ada. I absolutely adore Ada.
I love the look on linen, but I look and I can't see the squares.
No, exactly. No.
Lots of you have got this fabulous Jubilee kit in your basket. Over half of the stock is allocated. We've only got 15 left. So I urge you, check out your basket and get this kit home and get cracking. Got till June. I've got bunting to make. I've rather stupidly volunteered. Well, I'm heading up the bunting committee. You know, if you give me a title, I'll do it. But it's to zigzag between the houses all the way down the high street in the village. It's going to be lovely.
Well, we're going red, white, and blue in our front garden this year.
That's different.
So we're in a cul-de-sac at the bottom, and we've got quite a huge garden. It looks like a park. It's ridiculous, and the whole theme is red, white, and blue this year. So it's going to be amazing. And I like buying little plug plants and then growing them on and growing them on.
Do you take part in the National Garden scheme?
No, because, and I'll tell you for why, we get asked this so many times, is because to take part in that in that competition, it's not a competition, but the day, you have to be able to walk around the garden for up to 20 minutes.
Right.
And ours you can look around in 5.
Got you.
There's a lot of it, but it's a quick walk round, and that's the only reason why we can't.
Got
it
you.
needs to be 20 minutes.
Why do you put lots of obstacles in the way to sort of
couldn't we?
slow
Yes.
people down? Traps, things like that, tripwires. Another message from Maureen. Hi all, lovely to see Mark on Sewing Street. Have followed him since his sofa. And love his seed beading.
Oh, yeah, I do seed beading. Well, I do lots of things.
I've seen some amazing projects actually kind of spiralling, almost like DNA strands. They just look incredible.
Yeah. No,
See, I daren't start doing beading because I know I'd get drawn into that. Let's have a little look at what you get in the kit. Now, we're about to sell out, but hey, let's do it.
Do you want to wait till I use mine?
Why don't we do that? It's already open. That would be awesome. Thank you. Oh, Claire says, hello, Mark, and a bit of a wavy hand there.
Hello. So, if I pop that on there, it's absolutely beautiful. So that's my Ada. I've already prepped it on a hoop, ready.
You always use a hoop?
I always use the frames.
Okay.
But as I said, I've never actually done a sampler. So I've got a hoop because they're individual pieces. So you can switch around. So this is what I can't believe. So you get, first of all, you get your instruction booklet with a needle attached. So don't feel as though you've seen instructions before and you throw those in the bin because your needle is attached at the top. Then you get your colour chart on the side here, so all of your colours represented with the colours. You also get a chart organiser as well, a chord organiser as well, so we'll go through that, so you get that as well. Then this is the chart, and as I mentioned earlier, it's double-sided. Now, what I always do with my charts is I take a photograph on my phone, pop it into the computer, and then I separate it into A4 pages and print those off large, because I'm getting to an age now where I need quite high strength glasses.
I hear you.
And for me, a lot of our viewers as well, I mean, that might be slightly small. So I always recommend taking a photo, or if you've got a photocopy it and enlarge it. So this side, you've got the basic crosses, and then on the reverse, you've got exactly the same chart, but with all of the back stitching for all of your outlines as well. So
I haven't seen a chart like that before.
I've not seen it before with both of them as well. So because I do big pictures, I don't do back stitching. The only back stitching I've done was in the William with the Waterhouse with the lady with the rose. That had back stitching, but this has got both. And another reason why I'd photocopy is these are some of the pages from my large piece I'm working on at the moment, and I would definitely recommend. You don't have to get Sharpies, but recommend getting some sort of marker pen, and I colour the squares in as I'm going. Because this is double-sided, the ink will go through onto the back. So this is another reason why I would recommend just photocopying and just keeping them to one side.
Perfect. Okay. That kit has sold out now. We'll still tell you what you get in it, of course, but it has sold out. We do have another option though for Jubilee sewing. Don't worry, hang on.
Okay. And then also inside you get these amazing. Look how bright and colourful they are.
Gorgeous.
They're fantastic.
All pre-sorted.
They're all pre-sorted. They're all put in their numbered slots. So you can use this card that you get, but another thing that I use, and this is a DMC product, I'm not sure whether you've had these on the show, but they come carded with the slots down either side with a magnetic strip that you can then attach your needle to, so you don't use your needle.
Oh, that's cool.
And as I mentioned, all the kits that I purchase, I buy the kit separately, the chart separately, and then I buy the threads, so they will need some sort of organising. But that's already done for you in the kit here. So
incredible.
So amazing value for money.
Needle, double-sided chart, all your threads pre-sorted, your
amazing
Ada.
huge piece of Ada. I mean, it's huge. It's probably, I think it's 18-inch square, something like that. So more than enough. And as I said, you can cross-stitch the chart completely, or you can take those individual elements and do it like with them.
Create your own lovely band, go around a cake, all sorts.
Yeah.
Well done if you managed to get your kit.
Well
Absolutely fantastic. We'll try and get some more in. We do have one more option actually. Now this is phenomenal.
Amazing.
This is phenomenal.
And I don't know the price of this one. I'm not privy to this. So you get an amazing colour range chart, and also you get a chart. And you don't get the Ada or the needle in this one. No. But you get the complete chart with all these extra little bits and pieces.
It's still incredible. You get all these now, rather than sort of pre-sorted threads, you're getting full skeins.
I know.
Full skeins of all these different colours, absolutely beautiful. And I think, to be honest with you, Mark, they compare very favourably in terms of the colours.
Absolutely.
I think they compare very favourably. I think they are essentially... Then you've got the charts for all of these. Look, there's the bunting, head of the bunting committee, Mark.
And all of the little sections on here aren't on the main sampler. They're all different.
These would be lovely for things like paperweights, the lids on jars. I love things like that.
Yes.
Mix and match. Absolutely gorgeous. What about making some of these up and then having them as like a fundraiser on a raffle? That would be cool. That would be fun. But you're getting all of those threads and the chart. You've got one open, haven't you?
I've got one open, yes. The chart inside, this is even better, look.
Nice.
It's actually pre-coloured for you as well. So this is one-sided. It's got all the crosses and all of the back stitching, but it's all coloured for us as well. So again, I mean, £15 for all that.
It's
amazing,
more than that
isn't
for
it? The threads alone, wouldn't you?
I love the fact that there's a corgi. That makes me very happy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love this red scroll as well, because you could use that for anything, couldn't
absolutely
you? And the daffodil
fantastic.
and the thistle, the rose, the shamrock, got everything on there. So as I said, none of the little elements on this chart are on the other one as well. But I mean, both of those are under £30.
I know. Well, you're getting 18 skeins of thread.
So when I
price that up for me.
Well, when I make my when I do my tapestries here, I've looked around for threads, and 80p each is the least I've ever found. So if it's taken a lot of shopping around.
That would be £14.40. So we're paying 59p for a full colour chart. I'm imagining that most of the charts you're buying are more than 59p, Mark.
They are. I think they're sort of £20 upwards for the charts alone. And
something like the really big one, what sort of price are you paying for a chart for that?
That was £25.
Okay.
And I'm not good with computers, but they send you something down the telephone line on email, and then I have no idea what it's called. And then you click a button, and then you have to print it. So you've got the printing costs on top of that, and then your
so you're
paper
not even
on
buying
top
the chart.
of that. No, it's just what do they call
download.
it? Download. PDF.
Do you get like
PDF?
Do you get like a good luck card with it as well?
Yes, I did for this one. That's how I'm buying it. But to be able to buy all of this together with everything you need,
it's awesome, isn't it?
It's just amazing.
Yeah, and you could build up those elements as well, couldn't you? I'm thinking like this gorgeous Tudor rose that you've got here on this part. You could mirror that. You could flip that. You could create a wreath using just that. What about embroidering some special commemorative napkins that you're going to use?
Amazing idea.
Amazing
idea.
So
Absolutely.
much that you could do with these charts. Over half of the stock has gone now. So if you want to get that, be quick.
And I'm pretty sure that once you've done the main tapestry from the first kit, you'll have enough Ada around the outside to do some of the elements. So you wouldn't even need to buy any more Ada, I don't think. So I think you'll have enough on that as well.
Incredible value. We've got a message from Glennis. Hi guys, so inspirational. Is it more difficult to go from 18 count Ada or 14 count Ada to 16 count Ada and 18 count Ada? Or do you find your eyes get accustomed?
Well, as I mentioned, I went from 14 white to 16 black. And it took me an evening to get used to it. Because what I tend to do, the way I cross stitch, is when I've got the needle underneath the fabric, I tend to drag the needle until it pops into the hole. And so with any colour or any size, that's the way I tend to work. The only difference I had to do from 14 to 18 is I had to get a smaller needle. That was the only difference, because the eye of the needle is sometimes too big to go through the holes in an 18.
Now, for those that don't know, what's the difference between the count and the bigger the number, the lower the number? What does it all mean?
So I use Ada, and the 3 sizes I've used are 14, 16 and 18. And the 14, 16 and 18 denotes the number of holes in an inch. Okay, so 14 holes in an inch is 14 count, 16 holes, 18 holes. I think it goes up to 24, and then linen is 32, I think, something like that. So the larger the number, the smaller the hole. So just think of the number, and it's the same with seed beads next door. We have 8 O's, 11 O's and 15 O's.
Is that on Jewellery Maker?
On Jewellery Maker.
Just get it in one more time, Mark, and then I'm drawing a line.
So that denotes to the number of beads in an inch. So it's a similar sort of thing.
Fantastic.
Absolutely, yes. But as so far, I've not ventured onto linen because I love Zweigart Ada. It's just lovely.
Agreed. A message from Tracy.
Hello.
Hi, Mark. I love cross stitch, but I've only worked with 14 count. Would love to learn to use the 16 or 18.
Oh, it's no different. Honestly, it'll take you a couple of hours just to get used to the different size, but honestly, don't treat it any differently at all.
And then presumably your charts, you can still use exactly the same chart.
Exactly the same.
You just get a kind of more refined look, I
absolutely.
suppose, smaller.
And so as I said, the large one that I'm doing on the frame here, I've had to go down to 18 count because the chart is on 14 count, and it would have been 6 foot high by 4 foot, which is the actual size of the real painting.
Wow.
And I've not got wall space. I don't think many people have wall space for that size painting.
Could have gone in my castle, Mark.
Could have gone in your castle.
I've got space.
So all I've done is I've gone down a size, which took off about, it must be about 7 or 8 inches on the height and the width, as I'm just bringing it down.
It's still exactly the same number of stitches.
Exactly the same number of
250,000, I believe.
250,000.
Wow. Now, can I ask you?
Yeah.
Well, I invested a couple of years ago because I finally got to that point where I had to admit that I was no longer 25, and that it wasn't exactly something I had to accept forevermore, but I was just really starting to struggle with cross stitch, to see the holes, to thread the needles, to work from a chart comfortably. And I bit the bullet, and it did feel like admitting I was getting older. But then, literally, the minute I started working with a light, suddenly I thought, okay, this is nothing to admit. This is great. So tell me about your journey with lighting.
So lighting is amazing. Now, I think you deal on Sewing Street with this amazing company called Native Lighting. Based in Bristol, just up the road, and I believe you have the owner and the founder of the company. Claire.
She does, Claire.
She actually comes in. So we've had Claire on Jewellery Maker, mentioned it again,
Okay, 3 strikes and you're out.
Last May for birthday week, and I just fell in love with all of their products. I just absolutely adore them, and I've got them at home. My sister's got them, my mum's got them, family and friends have got them, and I am the Jewellery Maker, ambassador for Native Lighting. So every time here I am working.
There you are.
This is doing there is the black Ada that proof that I did do it. That's the problem you'll find as well.
We've seen the finished thing.
But whenever I get my pieces made, I take them to a framers that we've got in Oxford, and they just can't believe that a man did this. And it does rile me so much. Well, did your mum make that? Oh, did your sister make this? Oh, did your grandma make this? Are you framing this for your mum? And I think, no, and it's still, in this day and age, it's still so unusual for men to do cross stitch. And I always think, why?
I know quite a lot of male cross stitches.
Oh, it's one of the most relaxing things ever. So this is me in my workstation. So I think I'm making jewellery there. So I'm making jewellery there.
In fairness, Mark, you have made it look like it's in, the garden, shed or the garage, with all the tools on the wall with their own place.
It's very organised.
Are you garden tools like that?
Absolutely, yes. So this is my office upstairs where I do my jewellery making. Wow. And then a cross stitch I do downstairs. So I've got we've got the goose light, the gooseneck light up here, which is my #1 go-to.
That's your favourite.
Yeah.
And what difference does it make? What's the point?
So for me, it's got 2 settings. You've got your night light, and you've also got your daylight. Now, for me, daylight, especially during winter, it's really important that you have a daylight bulb. So this light, I think, this one here, the gooseneck, it's actually got 2 settings. So there's nothing worse. And if you're doing something downstairs and you do your work and then you decide to read a book, or you've got somebody else trying to watch TV, and this enables you to turn from the daylight, which is quite bright, you need that light source, to turn it to a warm light, so more an ambient light. And instead of having 2 lights, this does it automatically. So you've got your bright, your daylight, and you've also got your night. Each of those have 5 settings.
Okay.
So you can go bright, which is how I work, right down to really nice ambient backlight if you want to.
So different levels of intensity
and
in
this,
the daylight and in the warm.
Yeah, so we've got the white ones set up on the desk here, and it's just wonderful. So you've got this is the gooseneck. It's just amazing. So you can twist, you can turn any shape or form. So what I tend to do is I sit to the left, and then I place this directly, because I tend to work a lot on my mat. So I'm sat here, I've got my mat in front of me, and then this is my jewellery making lamp. And then if I'm downstairs doing my cross stitch, I attach it to the dining room table, which is right next door to a nice comfy armchair, and that's when I do my cross stitch.
In terms of the clamp, because I'm just thinking I've got a rather nice mahogany table, am I going to be able to clamp to that?
You will. So I think that it's a 2-inch gap. I would recommend, if you've got a nice piece of kit, just putting some sort of either a folded up napkin or something like that, just to stop scratches. It does have actually felt in the top, but not in the bottom.
Gotcha.
So just something to protect your table. You've got your on and off switches on the side here, but it comes with the most amazing remote control. So this is the remote control. It's got everything that you need to know here. It's so easy to use. It's got a 2-year guarantee, and I worked out on a little piece of paper, which is in
the dressing
room somewhere. Here we go. Because I just couldn't believe this, and I had to double check. So if you had this light on for 8 hours a day, solid, 13 years.
Wow, you're kidding
13
me.
years. So it's all LEDs.
Okay.
I won't turn it towards the camera because it is very bright. But yeah, so it's got 2 rows of LEDs. So within the LEDs here, you've got your daylight LEDs and your evening LEDs all inside this. I won't tilt it.
Wow, that is
further.
bright.
It's very bright. And as I said, the LED, if one little bulb goes, it won't affect the lighting on the others. But all of the lighting, they have a 2-year warranty. So if you do have any issues, you've got 2-year warranty with this. But yeah, so 13 years.
I love the amazing flexibility of the gooseneck.
No,
it's so
absolutely
controllable.
amazing. So, and a lot of people are doing. We've been doing lots of Zoom workshops since the lockdown happened, and to be able to have this on our desk at home while we've got our phone set up or our laptop being able to. But it is incredibly flexible, and you can tie it in knots and do all sorts of things. It's absolutely amazing. So you can get it just into the right position that you need here.
And as a special treat, because Mark's here, we've put it on 4-way split pay, even though it doesn't technically qualify for split pay at all. But we've done it on 4, so you can get it for $23.99. Get the gooseneck native lighting.
When we launched it on Jewellery Maker, we were only allowed 3-way split pay.
Well, that's the benefit of being on Sewing Street, Mark.
So which colour are we showing at the moment?
This is the white.
Oh, yeah. So it comes in. I'm a massive fiend for packaging.
Oh, me too. Good packaging.
And this is just so cool. So you get
lovely message from Lynn. I'll just read out. Hi, Mark.
Hello.
Just ordered the second kit as it's my 70th birthday today. Mwah, happy birthday.
We always sing when we're on Jewellery Maker and we have a birthday. We always sing.
Oh, do you? Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Do you have to pay the royalty?
No, not anymore. Because the person who had it has
Oh, okay. I didn't realise that.
You ready?
Oh, yeah, we can do it.
Ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Lynn. Happy birthday to you. Hey, that's a first. I love it. Lynn says she loves making your jewellery kits too.
Bless you.
Absolutely wonderful.
Look at this. Look at the way that's packaged. That is my idea of heaven. So you get the remote control in here. You get the power pack. You get the leads, everything you need. The little setup instructions in here as well.
Do we need to put batteries in the
remote
control?
You do. Yeah,
okay.
2 little remote control TV batteries. I'm not sure on the size.
Okay.
AA, AAA. Thank you, Kat. Yeah. So 2 AAA batteries. That's all you need.
Okay, cool.
But it's just so portable. So as I said, unless your table is 2 inches plus. You can use it anywhere around the house. Absolutely.
Really good.
4-way split pay. That's just. And what I really like about our split pay, and we get asked quite a few times on Jewellery Maker from viewers, is when we launched split pay about a year ago now, they assumed, and I would have assumed the same thing, that you would pay a month then you'd pay the second, the third, the fourth, and then we would send the item to. But
Yeah.
no.
No, you get it first.
You get it first, and then we take the money.
You do indeed. You do indeed. And all you have to pay today is $23.99 to get your amazing native lighting home, and give it a try. Absolutely fantastic. A message from Penny. My dad was in the Navy and did cross stitch. He taught me from a very, very young age.
Amazing.
Absolutely wonderful. Really enjoyed this project.
That's amazing. Well, I think I was actually taught when I was probably 5 or 6 by a dinner lady at primary school, because we used to do sewing at school with the really, really holy Ada. Really, that's it. Yeah. And I just absolutely hooked. And I've done needlepoint and bargello and all sorts of.
It's fab. I was a primary school teacher, and I always used to crack out the beaker.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, actually, when you think about it, even in reception and nursery, we used to give the children like thick board that maybe had a picture of a puppy on it, or a butterfly that had maybe 8 or 10 holes around it with a lace down and up through it. I mean, that is the start of teaching anybody to sew, isn't it? You know, just going through that move. And of course, it would get wound around the sides and in a knot and back the wrong way. But great fun.
That's brilliant.
And then always get the kids involved
and you always
in
have
sewing.
So it's the partaking in the hobby, it's the relaxation side of it. But you have the most amazing work. They're works of art for me.
They really are.
All quilting and that amazing handbag, the bag demo that you had just before I came on here. They're just all works of art, and the fact that you've made them yourself, I just think it just adds that.
It is, it's wonderful. And we all need something to get us sitting down, relaxed, focused on something. It's that being focused on something that allows your mind to calm, isn't it?
Completely and utterly. So this time of year, it's the garden. That's my sanctuary. I just go outside and it's beautiful. But then in winter, I need something in the evening. Because to be fair, there's nothing on TV, is there? Apart from tonight. Can you believe it?
There you go.
Because I was absolutely bereft because 3 or 4 weeks ago the Pottery Showdown finished.
Yes, which is my personal favourite.
Pottery Showdown, but tonight.
Confession mark, Pottery Throwdown is actually my favourite. I like that more than sewing. I don't watch Bake Off at all, but Pottery Throwdown, because it's something I don't do. So I watch that and I'm constantly fascinated by the different processes. But yeah, can't wait for Sewing Bee tonight. We've already got some insider gossip. I have my spies. And so yeah, I'm just going to say, look out for a few fireworks this season. Just saying.
Right.
Now, we are working on getting more of the Jubilee embroidery kits in. We're working on that currently, so watch this space. Completely sold out. About 20 minutes ago,
well done,
Mark.
everyone.
You were talking about Jewellery Maker at the time, I think.
There was I. Thing is, what's really dangerous is now a hobby maker have joined Gemporia Craft. I've discovered Hunky Dory.
And Pauline Wheeler.
Pauline is I adore.
The P-Whistle.
If you're watching, Pauline, I adore. I messaged into the studio yesterday to say how much I adored her.
She's a bit of a superstar, Pauline Wheeler.
So with Hunky Dory as well, you know, I'm not going to have time for work at this point. Work does get in the way, I have to say, of hobbies, doesn't it?
Well, anything with hunky in the title, I'm there. Anyway, we've got some fabulous embroidery hoops. You're using the middle size, I believe.
The
9.6 is it you're using?
This is from home, so so it would be
slightly
the next size down. Yeah.
We'll start with 9.6. We've got the 9.6 embroidery hoop. This would work perfectly well for the Jubilee, am I right?
It absolutely would. Yep, this one. Well, any of them would really, because obviously you'd make your little segment, your little motif, and then you'd lift it and move it. And as I said, I tend to use frames, so using a hoop was new to me, and they're amazing.
Yep.
So easy to use, and because they're so portable as well.
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
This one then $5.99 for 9.5.
Yeah.
A message from Judy. Hi all. I'm teaching my 4-year-old granddaughter to cross stitch. It's going very well. That's fantastic.
Do you have a sort of wall of fame here on Sewing Street where people send in their makes?
We have our fans page.
Oh, do that then. Yes. Pop it on your fans page.
Now our largest size hoop that we've got. Why is this also the same price?
Really?
$5.99. Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll go with that.
Looks like brass as well, doesn't it?
It does.
Very nice.
So this would also work with the Jubilee.
As I said, I think the Ada, it looks like it's 18-inch square, so more than enough. More than enough. So you could probably just do the whole maybe the whole sample, just apart from the corners.
And a lot of cross-stitch embroiderers now are using the hoops to display as well,
They are,
aren't they?
absolutely.
Which I think looks
Some of them
really
have
cool.
little handles and little loops at the top that you can actually suspend from.
And then our
That's
smallest
cute.
size, this is 5.8 inches, 14.5 centimetres.
It's very cute.
And that is $3.99.
Oh, perfect.
And perhaps if you were doing some of the smaller motifs, or you bought the floss kit with the chart included, you might do something in there and then leave it in the hoop. Have that as your little frame.
One of my
Useful.
ultimate heroines and a great friend of Sewing Street is the incredible Jane Greenough. Now Jane doesn't use frames.
Didn't use a frame at
now,
all.
I've tried to do frames, but at the end when I finished, it's very skew-if.
Right.
And I'm not. Once I've made my piece, I want it framed and up on the wall there and then. But the fact that you then have to wash it and straighten it and stretch it and that sort of thing. So I always have a
tapestry,
frame.
if you don't use a frame, it's game over, isn't it? You end up with a trapezoid.
Absolutely. So I think for what, how much are they? $5.99 for £6.
$3.99 for the
$3.99 for the small. I mean, it's what's that? A bottle of wine. 4 litres of petrol.
I thought you were going to say 4 litres of wine, I was going to say.
I've got a
We
bit in
need
my
to
bonnet
talk about wine.
about petrol. I've got a bit. I've been in the wine business as well.
Oh.
So I left school at 18 and ran a wine shop in the centre of Oxford for 10 years, and then became a horticulturist, and then...
Favourite region of the world for wine, and then we'll get on to demo. Australia, of course. South Australia?
South, absolutely.
Good. You've been to the vineyards?
No, I've not been to Australia.
Go. The
and malt
vineyards
whiskey,
are
malt
amazing.
whiskey as well. That's another
South
of
Australia,
mine.
fab. Western Australia.
See,
the Swan Valley.
I've not travelled at all.
Need to get to Australia.
Yes.
Some really good tastings.
Oh,
we've got some Jane Greenough bits and bobs on the show. Some little lovely packages. Christmassy.
Oh, these are amazing.
You can have a look at these on the website if you want. Ada or linen options, Christmas motifs, Christmas colours. Really fun. Have a look on the website for that. Now, Mark, you've got some demos to show us.
Well, I just thought just a little bit of something. So I've got to go on to this white mark, apparently. It's all behind the scenes.
Take your mark, Mark.
Take my mark, Mark. Where am I? Is that just right?
That'll do just right, thank you.
And I've got my light in position here. Okay, so all of us have our different ways of doing things. And so if I say something that the viewers might think, oh, I wouldn't have done that, or I wouldn't have done this, or oh, that's a good idea, I'll do that instead, then all well and good. It's all well and good. So, as I mentioned earlier, you have your chart, okay, which we've got. So the un-backstitch side and the non. Okay, so I would probably, because I've not backstitched very much, so I would probably go for one side first without the backstitch, and then after that I would go and flip it over and do the backstitching. As I mentioned earlier, I would definitely, if you're able to, take a photograph, or if you've got a photocopier. I think we've got a couple of stationaries in Witney where I live that do photocopying. So they might be able to do that for you. Just blow it up, and then I always buy these amazing the pens that aren't blunt, the sharp ones. Yeah, I get into so much trouble that
do you? You can say Sharpie over here.
Oh, we're not allowed over there.
Aren't you? No. Sharpie, Sharpie, Sharpie.
So these are amazing. What I tend to do is you buy them in Smith's only when they're on offer, because they're quite expensive. Yeah, and just take out the pale colours, and that's what I've used. So if I'm, for example, let's go for this one. So I go for a stitch and I colour it in yellow, and then you just stick with that same colour. So that's why there are different colours on my chart. But as you can see, the colour does permeate through. So if you are going to use your colouring pens, you can use pencils or biros, but I like using a bit of colour as well. So that's my first little tip. So you've got your strands. And as I said, these have all been popped on the corresponding numbers for you. Pop my
Do you want scissors as well, Mark?
Thank you very much. Okay, so as you can see, we've got our chart. Where's my little coloured piece? There it is. You have much bigger desks than we do next door. It's nice.
Oh yeah, we've got all the good stuff over here, let me tell you.
Let me just move that.
Wait till you see our Winnebago round the back where we have refreshments, Mark.
Okay, so as you can see on the left here, we've got the symbols, and then we've also got the colours, and then the number of stitches, which I think is amazing. Okay. It's all been coloured, already done for you. What I would probably do, and that's just me, is, as I said, I don't know whether you've had these on the show before, but these are the DMC magnetic strips.
We've never had them, Mark. We need to get them.
They are incredible. As you can see, it just keeps your needle on top as well, so you don't end up losing needles, because one of the things I do is I lose a lot of needles, and I've got cats as well.
You
so
can
I can't
get magnetic boards as well, like clipboards, which I think
absolutely.
that would fit on.
Yeah, but I find these really useful, and as I said, because the cross stitches that I do have got so many colours, I need lots of these with lots of holes in. Okay, so I'll use the needle that I've got. I need to use the needle from the kit.
I want to ask about cats now, Mark, but really should talk cross stitch. How many have you got?
2.
Lovely.
2.
What kind?
Thomas and Ripley. Only Moggies.
Ah, gorgeous.
I've got a tabby and a black and white.
Very nice.
And I love them. Absolutely love them. And they've got they're on Facebook quite often.
Thomas and Ripley. Is that Ripley from
Yorkshire?
Oh, okay.
Everyone says Ripley from Aliens, but no, it's Ripley. Ripley Castle is one of our favourite places we visit, so he's named.
Oh, it's not every cat that's named after a castle, is it? Let's be honest.
No. So we'll take our chart. Now, to find the centre point on there's different, again, lots of different ways of doing it. When I use my black, I actually used a pen to mark a cross in the centre. I probably wouldn't do it on this chart, because right in the centre of your chart is Buckingham Palace, okay, and the colours are quite pale, and I really wouldn't want any mark to come through, and it would really spoil it being in the centre. So what I've done on here is I've taken my Ada, I've folded it in half, and just creased the middle 2 inches, unfolded it, folded it the other direction, again crease, and you can just see I've got this faint cross in the centre. So that is my centre point. Now, in relation to the centre point on your chart, can you see we've got an arrow at the bottom, so all 4 compass points we've got the arrows, and that's showing you the centre point of your chart. So all you would do is you would take the 2 arrows from one side in the middle, and then 2 arrows from the top and bottom, and that would bring you exactly, so let's mark this, so that would be your centre point in your chart, and then then you're going to start there and you're going to work out. What I've done once, and I only did it once, was I started in the top left-hand corner and worked across, and it's quite confusing actually. So I've only done it once.
Was it a disaster?
Yeah. And that was the time that I did it without the frame as well. So it does really go skew if you start from one side. So that's the centre. So what I wanted to show you before we do this cross stitching is 2 ways of attaching our needle. There's somewhere in here.
The needle.
The needle was attached
You've
to.
got your
have I got it already?
Haven't you? Yep. It's at the top. Oh no, it's here.
Oh, it's there. Wonderful.
There we go.
Thank you very much. Okay, so this is your needle, and it's a perfect needle that's been put into the kit for your 14 count, of which this is. Okay, so I'm going to look at my chart, and right in the centre we've got a letter U. So then you go to your anchor chart here, and we look down. We find the symbol for U. We go down, which is 372. So we then go across to our numbers, and 372 is on the left-hand side. It'd be the left-hand side of your card, and it's this amazing, what should we call that, cappuccino brown.
Nice.
Okay, so I'm going to take that all the way out. And if we're not using any of these, I would keep the elastic band attached. You get a little elastic band keeping them all attached.
Oh, is that actually included?
You get that included.
Oh, I thought you'd put that on.
No, you get that included.
I love the names of colours, don't you? Cappuccino brown. My favourite shade of grey yarn ever was Glum.
Glum?
Glum.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
So because you're making small little samples, when I'm using my big charts, I tend to do fingertip to fingertip lengths, so 6 foot length, because you're doing a lot of the same stitches. Because you're using a sampler, you'll be doing small areas. So what they've got inside here, they've got 18-inch threads. Okay, so this is your silk thread, and you have 6 of your threads inside. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take out one of those, okay? And what you're going to do, you don't want to pull outwards. You want to hold the remaining strands in your fingers, take the one and pull that through.
And that never causes a knot, just one?
No, just one.
Are we using one thread to sew?
We're using one, but doubled up.
Oh, okay. Ah, okay.
So this is one. Put that to one side. So the 2 different ways of threading your needle. Now, it's entirely up to you. It depends on how I feel. It's depending on how I thread. So this is the first way. You take the two ends together, place it underneath the needle, and feed the two ends through, like so. So you've got your two ends, and then you have your loop. Okay. So I won't do any of the chart. I'm just going to show you how I attach my needles, because as again, you might not have seen one of these or both of these, but these are the two ways that I do it. Okay. So I've got my frame, and as I said, at home I'd normally use a square frame, but I'm just going to show you on here. Okay. So I'm going to go underneath. As I said, I'm not going to follow the chart. I'm just going to show you how we do it. So we're going to come up through one of the holes. Okay. So I'm coming up. Don't pull too tight. What I tend to do is hold the thread in my two fingers. And then what we're going to do, because this is a cross stitch, we've got 4 holes on each of the squares, okay? So I tend to work from bottom left to top right, and then bottom right to top left, okay? And what I tend to do is I do a row of bottom left to top right, and then I come back to finish the cross. If you've got a lot of detail, you might have to do a single cross at one time. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go across.
Does it vary whether you're right-handed or left-handed?
I think it does.
Because I do exactly the same sequence as you. I'm right-handed too.
Yes, it well could be, couldn't it? Yes. So I'm going to go across to the top right-hand corner. I'm going to flip it over. And this is a really nice way of attaching your thread, because it doesn't leave a knot. So I'm going to take my needle, feed it through the loop, like so. Oops. You can tell that I don't work with short lengths of thread. So
do you normally work with really long threads?
Yeah, 6 foot lengths.
I'd end up in a terrible knot. How do you not get knots?
Don't seem to.
Just being good. Now, there are only 2 of the lamps left that Mark is using in white, that beautiful Lumina light. It is also available in black, which I think is very smart.
Which I believe is the more popular, the black. Yeah, but today, amazing. So
we love what you would love, Mark.
So what I've done is I've taken that needle through that loop and hooked it underneath. Okay, so in effect it's half a cross stitch at the back. Okay, so it's not going to cause a knot. And then I'm going to come up from the bottom, and then I'm just going to go bottom left to top right, pull my thread through, bottom left. So as I say, if you listen, very, very close. I don't think you'll be able to hear it, but I drag the needle and you can hear it going into the individual holes. So I'm going to go bottom left to top right, like so. So this is how I do it, and then you've got uniformity of your stitches. And then I'm going to go bottom right, and I'm going to go to top left.
So do you go to cross stitch prison if you do them the wrong way sometimes?
Yeah, I never go the wrong way.
Obviously.
Can
I ask you, when you started the Salvatore Mundi, was there a point when you'd done the first 2 stitches when you thought, I don't know if I've got enough
No, not
life
at all.
in me?
Because this painting has had such profound. This is incredible. And then my only wish is that I didn't see it before it disappeared, the painting.
Okay.
So it's somewhere in Saudi Arabia at the moment in a private collection, and I'm never going to get to see it.
Never to see it.
Never to see it.
Have you seen it in
No.
No.
No. It's just such a shame. It's just the most beautiful. So I've got my own version now, and it's life. It's life size as well. So I pretend it's the real thing.
It's amazing. I mean, and actually, it isn't a huge painting, is it?
No. It's only 18 inches by 24, something like that. So like the Mona Lisa, it's the same size as the Mona Lisa, which is tiny when you go to see it. Okay, so that's your first way of doing your crosses. So next, I'm going to change colour. I'm going to show you the other way. So if I flip it over, you can see now that there isn't a knot at the start. There isn't a knot because we've done that little loop. Okay, so the next is I'm going to choose one of these greys, as you mentioned, grey earlier.
Glum.
I'm a great fan of grey. My favourite colour is, and this is a thing, is Gilver.
Gilver?
Gold and silver mix. The colour is called Gilver.
Right.
You can buy it in pots in B&Q and Homebase and places like that. It's called Gilver. It's very nice. Very nice. So the other way. Okay, so the other way you can do it is this way. So we're going to take our, now did you see when I did this version, the first version, my threads came out and I had to rethread my needle.
Yes.
Okay, so the other way you can do it is to take one of your threads through. Okay, and then when we get, before we do anything, we're going to take our two ends and we're going to make sure they meet nice and neatly at the bottom, and we're going to tie them in a overhand knot. Okay, and then using your scissors, we're just going to cut, leaving a little tuft, about 0.5 centimetre. So what we're going to do is the same way. So we're going to come up from the back. Let's come up through one of the holes here. So normally I would like to, I'd work a lot nearer to the frame, but obviously I don't want to get my head in the camera.
Thank you.
Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to take our needle, and again we're going to go across to the right hand corner. So we're going to treat this little knotted loop as the loop, exactly the same way as we did. Feed that through. But now the loop, can you see it, is caught in my needle. So if you are using long threads...
Can I come and have a closer look?
Absolutely.
Sorry.
Yeah. So can you see now, my thread won't come out of the needle.
Absolutely.
It's absolutely
it's
caught.
anchored.
Yeah, it's anchored. And then you can go there and then you can continue doing your stitchery. So again, this is another way of... Oh gosh, where's this hour gone?
It flies by, doesn't it?
Yeah. So, and then you continue with your threading.
We're still trying to get the Jubilee kit back in stock.
Are we? Right.
If we don't in the next 3 minutes, we will still try really hard. I'm back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. If we can get them back in stock, I will have them on the 8 a.m. show. So tune in again tomorrow morning, first thing.
Wonderful.
We'll see you right, don't worry. It is gorgeous though, isn't it?
So if you have me back, which I'm hoping you will, I'll have had a bit more stitchery done, and I can show you how I finish and tie off and do all sorts of things like that. But,
it's amazing, isn't it, to think that whatever it is, whether it's a little key border or a rose or a reproduction of an old master, it all comes down to that cross.
Absolutely. So one of the, now this is exposing myself. Okay, I'm going to show you the back. Now, this is something that nobody. So this is to say a big thank you to everyone for letting me come on the show. I'm going to show you I'm going to show you the back.
Oh, I say. I think that's beautiful.
So again, it's still very neat. There's lots of long threads where I've got a bit lazy and I've gone a bit cross-country.
So you can travel?
So yeah, I can travel, so we can talk all about that on my next visit. But yes, so very privileged to see the back of someone's work.
Well, we'll let you know about that, Mark. We haven't decided.
Oh, okay.
No, I think we have. I think we have. Haven't we already got a date for your next day?
Oh, imagine.
I think we have.
We'll have to see what jewellery makers say.
It's absolutely fabulous.
But
so when you come next time, will you have a bit more of this done?
I'll try to have a little bit more done. Yes, okay. And I'll have something set up and show you how we finish.
Because it's gardening season, isn't it? I was imagining this was going to be put away till October.
Next month. Yes, I've got to keep up with Chelsea.
Got to be done. Very inspiring.
Absolutely.
But we were saying earlier on, on the show earlier, that if you're looking for inspiration, you can't really do better than look to Mother Nature, can you?
Absolutely. And that's the same with jewellery making as well. Mother Nature gets it right every single time. So why don't we just look out the window and see what Mother Nature's doing and where we go?
It's true. It's true. Fabulous. Mark, it's been an absolute joy. Thank you so much.
I was starstruck. I came in a couple of weeks ago and Mark Francis was in. Mm-hmm. And I got really embarrassed and I had to run past him. I have apologised. And then to be in the building with this chap, it's just amazing. And we've been talking about you on Jewellery Maker and how smart you look this morning with your waistcoat.
Thank you. Well, I'm trying to make an effort, Mark, A message from Jeanette. What a lovely cross-stitch programme. Loved it. Inspiring. Absolutely beautiful. Marjorie's also said, please have Mark back. Lovely show. We will, for sure. You don't have a choice, Mark.
No.
You're coming back. We've got you now. Let's do the menu for tomorrow. Okay, join me at 8 a.m. for Moda's So Wonderful fabric collection. It is absolutely gorgeous. You'll love it. At 9, Lou Orth is with me for the Shooting Stars quilt. And then at 10 a.m, we've got Becky Swan here from Crafter's Companion with flower dies. At 11 o'clock, we're doing the applique pouch and groove quilt with Lou Orth. Looking forward to that. And then Crafter's Companion are back at 12 with bag making. Join me then. Mark won't be here, sadly, but he will be here very very soon. Take care of each other and yourselves. We will try and get that kit back. Take care.
Bye-bye.